Welcome everyone. It's been a while, but here I am. Hello. Welcome everyone. Right, good. We have quite a lot of news and memes today. We will go through them in a second. A quick update: I have been away because I've been looking after Bird, Aiden, but she is no longer here. I've also made a few changes around the thing here. You also notice that if you look in Cabal in Pit 1, Drive-In is there. So if anyone wants to watch my stream, but also chat to people at the same time, that's available. I was going to use Drive-In for the main stream, but I realized that then that would destroy the synchronization between heckling, where I could no longer talk to people heckling. So we'll have to find a different solution for that. I did have another idea for what to do with Drive-In, which is a bit violent. We'll see. Did Aiden give me shrooms? No. No, I have never done anything anywhere near that hard. Nor do I want to either. Anyone that comes out of a drug experience with an alternate mindset has, as far as I'm concerned, brain damage. Turn Drive-In into Drive-By. Funnily enough, I think I did call it that, like, absent-mindedly during development at some point. Right. Shall we see what we have? This is better for, okay, yeah, that's for that, and that's for that. Okay. Introducing Nothing Ever Happens, a polymarket bot that automatically buys a no for every non-sports market and holds to resolution. Why predict the future when 73.4% of all polymarkets resolve as no? Stop overthinking it. Nothing ever happens. In a world where the press gets paid for sensationalizing things that aren't as big as they say they are, the perspective of nothing ever happens is going to win more often than not. In a previous time, when the press wasn't doing that as much, there would be just as many things where nothing is going to happen with it, but less of them would have been sensationalized to the point that it seems like something might. This is just a hypothesis. It may be true, it may not be. The press has never been particularly truthful, and they've always needed to sell clicks or papers either way. But that would be my hypothesis on why this is at least effective in general, if not maybe effective now. But 73% resolve as no. So I guess all you're getting advantage from here is from other people that over-assume it's yes. Optimism for something to happen. I suppose even if it's bad, you could still call that optimism for an event. People wanting something to happen and assuming a little bit too strongly that it will, that, I guess, is the margin for your victory here. Well, I mean, it's either this or the Pelosi tracker. And isn't she out of the insider trading game at this point? No, it's not her. It's the inverse Kramer. Yeah, he's a fucking genius. Because if you invert his advice, you get brilliant wins. Speaking of the stock market, or whatever the correct term is, I haven't got a story today on RAM prices, but RAM prices should be coming back down. From what I understand, Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI, put in a purchase order for fuckloads of RAM chips, which destroyed the price of RAM, because then they were buying them for more than could be sold to the consumer. So the market was flooded with RAM chips, but not the market, sorry. Specifically, all the chips that were being made went to ready to be sent to OpenAI. But then recently, Sam Altman said, I'm not buying them. So what may have happened there is Sam Altman, from what I understand, he seems to be quite a psychopath, or sociopath either way. It seems maybe that he just wanted to try to make it harder for everyone else to get some, to slow down the rest of the market, so that he could have like a bit of time where things would stay static. Because OpenAI is not doing very well right now. They shut down Sora a little while ago, and Sora was their video generation system, and that was costing them $15 million a day to run. Now, any guesses in chat, for those that don't know, how much do you reckon their profit on Sora was overall, in total? So it's $15 million a day to run. What do you think their overall lifetime profit of Sora was? Reese says $3 million. Ravelon says $1,000. Avlad says 0.
Negative value, I'm going to guess.
Sorry, I suppose I shouldn't have said profit. I should have said revenue, the actual total income, not minus outgoing. So the revenue is always going to be positive. So entire Sora lifetime revenue, daily, it was 15 million cost, 2 million lifetime revenue, $2 million. And they were running it for like 6 months. Or it was more than that, I think. No, it was like 2 years. So Disney came along, it's unrelated to the story. Disney came along and said, oh, this app that you've been letting people make horrifically copyright infringing material on, which has made our characters look horrific, we'll pay you $2 billion to use it. $2 billion would have covered them for about 2 months. And so it just wasn't worth it. They shut it down. Now, I have a theory on that. My theory is that Disney didn't offer them $2 billion as an investment. Disney said, you shut it down now or we'll bury you in lawsuits. And you're going to take the fall reputationally for that because they shut down Sora. So OpenAI agrees to this $2 billion investment, right? And then half an hour later, they just declare that Sora's shutting down. I reckon that was the plan. I reckon Disney said, you do that and you let us go into the press and say that you rug pulled us, which is what they did, or we'll just sue you into oblivion. So that was the end of Sora, and OpenAI is not doing too great. All the leaks from inside the company are saying the problem is Sam Altman. And maybe that's more sort of personal gripes and bitching. It happens. But it does seem to match what I've observed. Disney is in massive financial hole right now. They can't afford it. Well, then that's sort of corroborating. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, Reese, you were close, actually. Yes, that's a good point, Ravelon. As to the nothing ever happens thing, there was less bandwidth for information from the press, and so they needed less things to excite the audience, less, breadth of stories. So yeah, I think there probably is, therefore, a strong tendency towards nothing ever happens being actually predictive in the modern day, not because things are necessarily worse today than they were in the past, though certainly you can argue at some points in some ways they are, but because the press is bigger and looks at more stuff. All right, let's go to the next thing. Speaking of AI, Mark Zuckerberg is creating an AI clone of himself to save time and sit in meetings for him, according to reports. The AI is being trained on his image, voice, mannerisms, tones, and public statements. This is a massive self-report for CEO, says the commenter. Now, as many of you know, I've been working on and off on an AI system for the last 6 months called Cabal-chan, which is a mascot for Cabal, which is supposed to be kind of like a real person. It's supposed to simulate a real person. It's been up and down, and it hasn't been my top priority. It's just sort of a passion project. But it's in a state where it's okay right now. There's a big problem, but all the other older problems are solved. However, you might think, well, surely Zuckerberg can do better. It was finally someone but me is looking into doing a project like this. But the problem is that Cabby probably has more humanity even now than Zuckerberg does or ever has. So if anything, this would be a downgrade from Cabal-chan at any stage. Just an excuse for future reveal that a clanker has been running Facebook for years. Well, I mean, in a sense, it has been. Mark fucking Zuckerberg. She does as nachos, yes. The fact that she starts to forget how to write in a human style, because that's the big issue with the AI I'm using right now. More as it goes along means to me very clearly that the solution is reduce the context length, which means that I need to compact old chat history. I need to save and extract and save memories to do a bunch of complex stuff, and then keep the chat history within a few thousand tokens, which is a lot of extra work, and it's not a high enough priority right now, so I'm focusing on other projects. But I will get back to it. Okay, next thing. Yeah, look at this. This is a picture that you would be arrested for drawing. And yet, this is potentially the new fastest man in the world, I think. Gout is apparently his name. I'm not sure why that's his name. Some may argue that's not a very good name. Gout goes faster than Usain Bolt at 18. Now, does that mean he is faster than Usain Bolt was at 18 when Usain Bolt was 18? Or does that mean Gout is now 18 and he's faster than Usain Bolt ever was? I don't know. I don't think Usain Bolt was 18 when he won, though. I think he was older than that. So apparently the BBC deleted this tweet. It said, absolutely rapid. Australian teenager Gout has run 200 meters faster than Usain Bolt did at the same age. 200 meters? Oh, right. 200 meters is not how much faster he ran. It's just the 200 meters. Okay. At the same age. Okay, that clarifies it. Yeah, that's it's so weird that you would delete that, almost as if you're admitting that reality itself is sometimes what you would consider racist. Running with gout, indeed, that must hurt, yeah. Okay, good. Next thing. We're not going to talk much about the Iran war. I've been doing a lot of thinking about the content I make recently, as you guys know, and I'm going to keep going with these streams. I'm going to try and add more stuff and improve these streams. There's a lot of things I can try. But I also haven't been streaming much for the last month, which is probably why the numbers are a bit lower than usual. But that'll pick back up again. Part of that is I don't want to talk about boring stories that bore me or bore the audience. I didn't do this much, but I'm not going to do any stories that I feel I'm obligated to talk about anymore. I'm just going to talk about things that are interesting to me and to my audience, with very, very few exceptions. The Iran war, therefore, is off the fucking menu. I don't care. And if something comes up which causes me to care, then I'll talk about it, but it's not very likely. Which is why this is just a meme. Chat, press 1 if you're generally in favor of this new approach. Because I've been told for a while, politics is not interesting right now. And especially what I'm doing, which is, I realize it's more sort of politics entertainment, is not that interesting. And if politics and entertainment have become incompatible this year, which seems to be the case widely, then it makes sense why my numbers are a little bit down. So let's instead focus on things at or around politics which are inherently the most entertaining. And I'm going to gradually try and weave in more things that are entertaining without being politics related. Yes, the Iran war is boring and depressing indeed. So I'm going to try and weave in more things. Specifically, if there's anything, any videos that you think would be fun for me to go over and react to, if there's someone that's even on our side, in fact, perhaps especially on our side, who's making arguments that you think need to be opposed, then go ahead and post them. Because I think one of the things I'm maybe good at is to identify bias when I'm actually being serious. Is there's a lot of bias on our side, and that's probably what something I'm good at doing. When it comes to like geopolitics and other things that require a lot of specific knowledge, it's not my forte. This, however, is just funny. Iran toll, EU green tax toll, US toll, Russia chink toll, and lol them out even. Just why not more tolls? I think the idea is make it economically unviable to use the strait in the first place. And, as we're going to find out a little later, it worked. The US actually did well out of this. Now, the many opinions about the US performance in the Iran war, it's not good. It doesn't look good. It doesn't, they're not achieving their goals. All kinds of things floating about. I don't have a strong opinion on it. My initial predictions remain roughly the same, that what they did at the beginning was effective, but maybe not as effective as I initially thought, but it's hard to tell because it's all fucking propaganda all over the place. But whether the war is justified, that's something I'd never really made a position on. I did express what could justify it, which is nuclear Iran, which Israel doesn't want. So then why do we care? And the only thing I can come up with for why the US cares about Israel so much is that they need soft power in the region to combat China and Russia, and Israel provides intel and a base. And I don't think that's good enough for how much power Israel has over the US. But it might just be good enough if you assume that Israel would go and help Russia and China if they weren't helping the US, which they probably would. And now that may be enough for it to make sense. Either way, it's fucked. And as Ginger says, it's boring and depressing. And for many of the reasons I just listed. Alan says, worthwhile to cover when something impressive or funny happens, indeed. When there was Ayatollah a day, it was funny. When the 2 pilots were recovered in 2 days from the casualties, that was impressive. Otherwise, it's got boring. Yes, and that was sort of the position already, but I'm expanding that and strengthening it to everything now. There's a few stories I had open which may have been important, but they just seem too boring, so I'm not going to go into it. The more the US extends, the worse the conditions at the home front get. That may well be true, yeah. There is an argument that if you expand into unknown territory, it can actually fix things back home. If you have a great mission, people tend to be vitalized enough to reorganize and fix problems at home, but I don't think that is as reliable as I'd like it to be. The space race is an example given for that, but I don't think it's there's too many other factors for that to be enough. And so it ends up being exactly as you said. It's the opposite. It makes things worse. Iran has been an asshole and an annoyance for the US in the last 40 years, as had Venezuela, yes. Hot take, the entire region is fucked. Turn it all to glass and be done with it. No, that's not that hot, Nachos. I mean, it would be if you did it, but that's not a rare thing to say. Chat, press 1 if the world would actually be better overall if the Middle East was glass than as it is now. That doesn't necessarily mean you have the power to do it or to deal with the side effects, but the one remains, and I definitely maybe would agree, yes. Homefront is not bad. The new H1B's applications are 90% down. That's good. I didn't hear that, actually. If you have a link for that, Ravelon, I'd really appreciate it. Every country the US touches sends their people over to colonize the US and take power away from Americans. I don't think every country, but some do. Or to Europe. I don't think that's exactly the problem, Sick Puppy. I think that probably does happen, but that's not a big part of the problem. That's not why they come over. Ultimately, the whole culture war, which arguably is sort of over now, or is transitioning into a new phase or whatever, it's fading out. It is actually purely economic originally. At least I think it can be explained that way. In that it's just a side effect of globalization. There are groups significantly more powerful than nations, to the point that protecting your own nation is no longer beneficial to anyone, except the people without power in those nations, by definition. And so that's kind of an inevitable problem we're going to have to deal with. And the whole concept of nations may become irrelevant. I don't know what they're going to be replaced by. I dread to think, frankly, and clearly, how it's being done now is completely wrong. Yeah, I don't know if that's the case. And I maintain that there may still be an option to bring power back to the powerless and the majority in Western nations without violence. But the longer things go on without that properly happening, the less likely that seems. And there will come a time where I'll say, okay, fuck it. I kind of did after the US election in 2020, didn't I? For the US. Things ended up kind of recovering a little bit, but yeah, there's a lot more to do. We got certain tiers of democratic solutions, potential solutions. You have sort of the Tories and the Rhinos as the low tier, which was never going to work. You got the MAGA and Farage tier, which I think it's maybe a bit unfair to keep them as separate from the tier above, because in many ways they are equivalent, but there are differences and they are a little bit less effective. And then above that, Rupert Lowe and other ideologically pure people who are more in line with us and more determined, more principled. Massey, for example. But those people tend to have other flaws as well, which offsets that. Of those tiers, those are the democratic solutions. If those don't work, it will have to be something else. You're mistaken. A nation is defined by the people. If a nation doesn't have a group of people, then it ultimately dissolves into nothing. That's not me being mistaken, Sick Puppy. That is my point. Thus, you're still going to have non-white nations still exist because they still have their own groups of people that they favor. Well, that is basically my point. When I said nations just now, I was talking about nation states, yes, but the same thing goes for nations as well. What's happening right now is sabotage of white nations and nation states. My point was less so taking that into account and more so just about a fundamental incompatibility with technology and and society's abilities, making nation states much less pragmatically necessary than they have been in the past. Nations, that's a different question, but they are being sabotaged. Well, one of them is being sabotaged because it is the most powerful and has been the most powerful. That will be a tendency when something is powerful. Everyone else tries to sabotage it, and it does seem to be having some effect, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing so probably. Even if nation states go out of fashion, there are very many good arguments for still maintaining nations as they are. Evolution does not indeed stop at the neck. All right, let's go to what the next thing is. This is Freeman. I thought I might weave in a bit of advice that Treebeard gave me earlier and have a chat about Freeman Series 2, because I think anyone that watches for politics, entertainment, and memes is a pretty strong overlap with people that are interested in anime. If anyone wants me to get on with it, you can equals get on with it, and we won't talk about it too much. Freeman Series 2, we watched it in Cabal recently. It was good, but it was more sort of continuation of Series 1, and I honestly think it was less impressive because Series 1 had the novelty. Series 2 was just a continuation, like the story literally continued from there. Now, that does kind of make sense given that they're working from a manga, but then my criticism is of the manga. It doesn't seem to be doing much different. There is an argument, and I think it's probably true, that they've already got so far in their quest, they're already in the north, that they're kind of having to, sorry, spoilers, that's a minor spoiler, but more major spoilers ahead, that they're probably going to have to stretch out the story a lot. I don't know how far ahead the manga is, assuming it is from a manga, but that doesn't bode too well for the longevity of the series. Either way, it was good. I would recommend it, but wasn't particularly groundbreaking. Nachos hasn't seen it. I'm being asked to shut up by Nachos. We can watch it again in Cabal. I don't mind doing that. Maybe I wouldn't host it, or maybe I should, concern myself with something more important. But yeah, season 2 was good, but honestly, I think a bit less good than Series 1. There's nothing like the problem with other animes, for example, One Punch Man, where Series 1 was brilliant, one of my favorite anime seasons ever. Season 2 was good, but not great. And Season 3 I haven't seen yet, but from everything I've heard, it sucks. All the reviews, everyone who's told me they've seen it, it sucks apparently, so that's a great shame. I'd be happy to watch One Punch Man Series 1 again without watching any of the other parts. That would be fine by me. And we can at some point do a whole free run Series 1 and Series 2 watch through. Nachos, you haven't seen Series 1, have you? I think that's what you said. So we can do the whole thing. That would be fine. But yeah, it was pretty good. And the dub, for anyone that's concerned, I didn't see a problem with it. Then again, I usually don't. Nachos hasn't. Okay. Press 1, chat, if... Okay, actually, here's the thing. Press 1 if you haven't seen Freerin Series 1 or 2, and just press 2 if you just haven't seen Series 2, and press 3 if you've seen Series 1 and 2. So basically, press the number of the series you'd be watching next if we wanted to put it on. Malcatello has seen Series 3, apparently. Well, I say, Puppy, we've been trying to convince Nachos, but she is adamant. 3 buddy, we watch it with Cabal. That would be good. I think we might do that at some point then. Series 1 is good. And we of course have lots of other anime on the go in Cabal. We've been watching Magical Index, and we've got Scientific Railgun next, which is the Tomboy one, which will be fun. What else was there? There's quite. We were starting a Shield Hero. Seemed all right. We still have Monster to watch. Speaking of which, but we still got a lot of that to watch. And Samurai Champloo, and we got partway through Fairy Tail. We could continue with that. Yeah, we should wake up Nomon. We should get him in here. Okay. Yes, a lot of anime to watch. Indeed, we do have a lot to watch. Okay, good. If you want us to prioritize something, by the way, chat, go ahead and /support or /denounce it. Brief note on that. I had been building a system yesterday and today to pull in Subscribestar subscription contribution money payments and to put them into the economy so you could have your Cabal credit from them. But there's a bug in a very esoteric part of my code, it looks like, and it just doesn't. It's not loading it. It's putting it in the database, but it's not using the right IDs. It's complicated. So that's not working now, but I may be able to get it working soon. If not, I might just fucking build it again from scratch. My current want to rewatch list, Solo Leveling, that was all right. Soul Eater I haven't seen. High School DxD and High School Did I haven't seen either. They can't help themselves, can they, with school? They just can't help themselves. Okay, anyway, let's continue then. You'd like Soul Eater. Well, I appreciate it. We could try it. Pretty sure a Soul Eater is also something that's in Beyond Good and Evil. It's the monster from the factory. Don't tell Lucy to watch Made in Abyss. He doesn't want to download the anime. We did start that. Made in Abyss, the character design is disturbingly chibi. And honestly, it's generous to even call it chibi. It's they're children. But no, it has been weird. It hasn't been weird every episode. And the story seems quite good. The premise is quite good. But it has been weird about it, unfortunately. I might not continue that. You need to watch High School of the Dead. It's where Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm familiar with that gif. You really want to see something disturbing? Get to the end of Made in Abyss. Oh, that's great. That's really encouraging. Yeah, no, I definitely get on that. The problem with anime is we got a lot on the go. No one and I are synced on quite a few. But him and I right now, our sleep patterns are totally desynced, so we haven't been up at the same time. Right, let's have a look over here. Anyone watching on YouTube? I can't see your chats, by the way. If you are chatting, my thing is broken, so it won't show me the chat box. It just crashes. I don't know why. I'm on Firefox. Maybe it's they've sabotaged it for Firefox. But if you're chatting on YouTube, I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. It has crashed. Okay. Trump has cut. Okay, thank you, Ravelon, for the story. Let's have a look at that now since you linked it now. Trump has cut illegal immigration more than illegal immigration. That's interesting, actually. As expected, Trump has reduced legal entries since Inauguration Day, but as this author predicted, his administration has reduced legal entries far more. That's a success, I think. Although the full data won't be in for months, we can assess all the cuts to illegal entries are likely less than half of the total cuts to immigration on a monthly basis. Put differently, the cuts to legal entries was 2.5 times as large. Illegal entries had already fallen before he took office. So this is entries, right? And that's just staunching the flow of the wound. That's just closing the wound off so it can't bleed any further. It's still very good that he's doing that, but it needs to be zero. And to be fair, illegal crossings appear to be about zero, but a legal entry that really shouldn't be happening, which at the moment, as I'm saying, it should be about zero. I don't know how close that's got to zero, but reducing it a lot is good. But maybe more needs to be done. Then, of course, there's deportation, which I don't know if that's kept up at a good rate. What's it been now? Just over a year since he got in, and I haven't seen the stats, but I'm certainly hearing less about the deportations. Maybe it's because they're picking areas that are less violent. Illegal entries had fallen before he took office, and while they had fallen further, the declines in legal immigration far surpassed the declines in illegal entries. Illegal immigration had already fallen by 80% before Trump. I guess because they assumed that they'd be deported. It's odd though. They must have assumed that Trump would get in. It's odd. Maybe Biden was closing it up to try and get more popularity. I didn't notice this, but it was huge during Biden's term. So releases and arrests. And then, of course, in Trump's term, it's been very, very low, which is good. Even lower than it was in his first term. Recorded evasions of border control known gotaways also fell about 80% under Trump. good. Okay, so that's all good, but I want to see the H-1B thing. I think this is what Revlon linked it for. Come on, article, what are you doing? Asylum seekers entering illegally fell 99.9%. Every prior administration allowed some asylum seekers to enter legally in the southwest parts at the port of entry. The first Trump admin terminated this practice in 2020, and the second Trump admin did so again by limiting the CBP One scheduling app, which I remember looking at. Okay, that's good. Refugees entering legally from abroad fell about 90%. That is good. There are some rare occasions where refugees should be helped, but really only from nearby countries and really only for reasons that you have kind of some sympathy for. There haven't been any like that. No valid reason as far as I know. So that is also good. That's way down. Immigrant visas for legal permanent residents fell by about half. It's also good. It needs to be... Again, like, the situation's so bad, it needs to be 0 until it's sorted. But it's still good that it's dropped. Likely cut permanent immigrant visa issuance by about half. Okay, well, that's good. That's an estimate. It has gone down, but it looks like it was way lower at the end of his first term. I'm not sure what happened there, but Biden just increased it constantly, and with Trump it's going down, which is good. Visas for fiancés and spouses of US citizens fell by 65%, which is also good. International student visas fell by 40%. That's also good, though I wonder if the balance is just different. There were some stories about him letting in a bunch of Chinese students, which is not a good idea. By the way, chat, something else I've decided. While we're streaming, if you are bored of a story at any time, I actively encourage you to get on with it. Because I want to avoid dry stories. I think we do need to get some data, especially if we are going to be discussing this with anyone at any point. And there's probably some very good data to be mined from this. But if you're ever bored, just get on with it, and we will probably get on with it. This is the part. H-1B visas have likely fallen by about 25%. In the average month, H-1B visa issuance in 2025 were already lower than in 2024, but in September, Trump signed an executive order mandating a $100,000 fee to petition for an H-1B worker outside the US. There were 65,000 H-1B approvals for workers outside the US in financial year 2024, and there were 219,000 visas issued abroad, implying that about 30% of visa issuances are for workers targeted by the ban. Not sure. You always make all the women of Cabal dry. Thank you, Wolf. I think that may be false, actually. Nacho's Fallout New Vegas is just a bad game. The State Department hasn't been totally transparent about the effects of the fee, but in one court filing, it implies it led to an 87% decline in petitions for workers outside the US. H-1B visas had already declined somewhat by September, so a reasonable estimate will place current H-1B visa issuances down by about a quarter, since the fee only applies to new petitions approved since September 2025. Okay, so it's complicated, but 87% decline in applications doesn't mean a 7% decline in issuances, because not all will be issued anyway. But still, a decline in intention is good, but likely the real decline is only 25%, according to this article. So I can see where you got that number from, Revlon. It does make sense. But 25% is probably a more accurate figure to use. Okay. Issuances include renewals that do not require the fee. Okay. It's complicated. I'm not going to take the time to learn it, to be honest. But generally speaking, good, but not enough yet, is what I'd summarize this as, which is kind of where we've been for a while. Let's see what else we got. We're going through memes first. So US Representative Mike Turner says no one is willing to trade lower gas prices for Iran becoming a nuclear state. And you know, we went to the US Representative Mike Turner shop, and we wanted to buy something from that shop. What we wanted to buy was touch. Unfortunately, they were all out. Because here, the Twitter audience, 82% in favor of, I would take Iran being nuclear if my gas prices were lower. Now, a Twitter poll, it's a biased audience, biased sample, but that's probably going to be fairly reflective of the entire US. It's not going to be 90 or 80% across the entire US. It's going to be more like 60 for yes, but I expect that's the case. The problem with a nuclear Iran, the threat is not really to the US, it's more to the US's interests, namely Israel. So who cares? Well, most US people with power do. Well, I talked a bit about why that would be earlier. It's not completely inexplicable, but I do think it's incorrect. Or at least needs to be adjusted. Next thing, this is in Poland. New Third Reich, a far-right Polish deputy brandishes an Israeli flag marked with a swastika. Is this support or denunciation? Good question. Good question, chat. If you would like to support or denounce Nazi Israel, you can use /support or /denounce now. I'd like to also note, what is this doing down here? Why is this in the picture? What? Is the whole thing fake? I'm confused. I think we're all confused at what's the point here? It's a good direction. Right-wingers should say, good job, do more, instead of crying and pissing and voting for Democrats like the Fed Fuentes wants them to. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay. Nazi Israel, indeed. All right, next thing. There is no dilemma, but you're Indian. Thus on the tracks. Now, this meme makes sense. However, it is incorrect in one very important way. Being Indian would be a colossal, almost immeasurable dilemma. And I think we can all agree on that. Nazi Israel was not on my 2026 bingo card. Well, least of all, held up as a flag inside the Polish parliament, apparently. All right. Well, there you go. Don't be Indian. Next thing. All right. So this is Harrington Potterbury.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're right, Hagrid. I am a wizard.
You're late, Potter. 50 points from Gryffindor.
Unswapio!
He's back!
Your dog. Does this mean I can say the inward now?
Why? that wasn't Alan Rickman. That wasn't his voice. Is that the best you could do for deepfaking his voice? Maybe he wasn't trying to. Either way, yeah. If Harry Potter had that spell, it would be a massive improvement. Then again, there is actually a way that you can do this in reality. You don't even need magic, although of course I have it, but you don't need it. You can do a special trick called just watching the original movies, which I have. I don't think I've seen all of them. I may have seen them all once, but I wasn't paying attention as it got on. But I would have seen the first few because I was at the right age range, but then later didn't. So we can watch them at some point, but I don't know if it's near the top of my list. You know what I wouldn't mind watching, actually, is, and chat, press 1 if you'd be up for this. Shall we do a watch-through of Star Wars and Cabal at some point? Particularly the prequels, because I want to examine them. I want to generate like a Cabal's opinion of the prequels. Because I think there's a lot to like about them. There's a lot of valid things to criticize. But there's a lot to like about them. We should also watch the certain cuts of the prequels that make them better. I'm just kind of curious about going through that one for the prequels. Yeah, I like the prequels more than most people did. And I think they may have been unfairly maligned. And I'm not just saying that with reference to the sloppy movies of today. But I don't know. I think if you cut out Jar Jar, episode 1 gets a lot better. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the, and this is cheating, right? This is not the movie being good, but a lot of the behind the scenes stuff and the expanded lore, expanded universe stuff, which I know a little bit of, but sort of the backstory of the main characters kind of does flesh out what's happening in the show and makes it more interesting, I think. Nazi Israel actually was on my bingo card. Vil gets randy when she hears Oozly doing the JF voice. Wasn't? Oh no. Please do not pay me to do the JF voice because it will excite Vil, apparently. Chat, what we're going to do for the JF voice is the JF voice has generally been too easy to achieve recently. So I think, especially because we have to be very careful not to overexcite Vil, we're going to have to raise the price of the JF voice, I think. It only makes sense. So let's say that the JF voice activates for 1 story per stream, now at 5k rather than 2.5k. They had a good idea, poorly executed. Great aesthetic that created foundation for some amazing content in books and video games. The poorly executed thing, I think that's contingent, or not contingent, but like variable. Parts of it were bad, but they're not actually that critical to the whole thing. You cut them out, as I'm thinking that we should do. Uzlu's tacit admission that he is literally just a whore. You know, Wolf, people are paid to do things sometimes. It's only when those things are sexual that they become a whore. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it to excite Vil. I'd be doing it because other people want me to, clearly. If we're going to watch the prequels, we should watch the badly translated prequels. We could watch various different things. There's also Oral Nauts, which is a fun recut of the prequel. It's kind of like the Star Wars prequels abridged, like the anime abridged series equivalent. Okay, also don't forget that if you can get tits to 10K on the board, then there will be background tits. And let's also have a look at what the overlays are currently. Overlay that. Okay. I think I might also need to raise the prices for these overlays as well. Because they're a bit too easy to get right now. I'm not sure though. I think it was 1.5, which is way too low. So let's call it 3.5, since it's close to getting that anyway. 3.5K for an overlay. I guess so, Buzz. And if tits gets to 10K, we get background tits. Stop price gouging us as nachos. Well, it's been too easy to meet them, to be honest. And especially if I start giving people a subscribe star, their subscribe star contributions, there's going to be a lot of excess cash. All right, let's continue with this. Oh, he's going to fix Ariel too.
Hey, how's it going?
Unswapio. Feeling better?
So much better, thanks.
I just sworn the first time you said unswarthio.
Unswarthio. I know that they said unswarthio, but that's funny. We could also do actually, I think we have a thing for this. So leaders, filter, stream guest. Deniggerio, indeed. So stream guest has to be someone that's actually here, but if you want a particular person to come on as guest, that would be a good thing to do. I might just bring on whoever is highest on that list in a few minutes, assuming they want to, assuming they're here as well.
Stop this, Harry. Race swaps in films happen for very good reasons.
Unswapio. Take that, Yankee Sambo.
My culture is not your costume. That's enough, Harry Potter.
More like wank candor. Unswapio.
Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be our man, autism drive man? I can't remember his name. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Mia Khalifa guest. Unfortunately, she's not here. Yeah, use unswapio on nachos. Get rid of equals nachos too. We're gonna undo this malady here. As far as you know, she isn't here. That's true, Wolf. Is she with you currently? Is she in the room? Hooray, White Panther. Everyone put your hands together for White Panther.
Enjoying ourselves, are we?
See me after class.
Sorry, Professor. I have work to do.
Okay, he's just using magic for other purposes now. It's just making him sexier.
Unswapio!
That's so much better. That's so much better.
Who are you?
Unswapio! Bro, thank you so much, bro.
This is the kind of shit that Sora got shut down for doing, by the way. Because it was all lawsuits and no one was paying for it. I don't know if he made this, Phil, but it is quite good.
Thanks, mister.
Oh, there you go.
Bloody hell, am I the only redhead still standing? I'm going to fix it, Ron. All of it.
So, hey.
Autism. That was quite good, actually. Wouldn't that be nice? I think this kind of vitalizing stuff is what's required to keep the social push as much as it exists. Unfortunately, there is a lot of money in the contrary, not from people buying the product, you understand, but from other sources. This would make people buy the product, absolutely. If the bottom half is fish, how do you know what, never mind, I don't want to know, says Wolf. Is that the first time you didn't want to know something sexual? Harry grabbed his wand forcefully. Harry tugged on his wand until white stuff came out. Magic energy, you understand? Yes, Marketer, they do cover that in Futurama. You never seen Fry get to the service so quick. Okay, so let's see. I think we know who the guest is going to be, and I think it's going to be Mia Khalifa. Let's be honest. So, is stream guest. All right, Ginger is the highest on the board, followed by Mia Khalifa. So I think we're going to roll a dice and pick among the top two. Oh, look, it came up Mia Khalifa. All right, Mia Khalifa, hop into stream hosts, whoever you are.
Oh, thank God.
There is an alternative, chat. We could /support Nacho's guest because she hates the sound of her own voice. That means she won't be able to watch the VOD. Not that I don't love Ginger, but I'd much rather the other one, says Wolf. Might be funny. Well, she wouldn't need to watch the VOD if she was here for it, would she? But what if I turned off the guest screen share so she'd have to watch it later to know what we were talking about? Ah, no, see, that's a strategy right there. Anyway, next thing. Johnny Somali's first day of labor. They got him. I believe he's been convicted and sentenced to 6 months of hard labor. This was the nuisance streamer. And was it in South Korea, I think? Either way, yes, he's black, so picking cotton. Good joke, good joke. But, good. I don't see a problem with this. As far as I know, like, he actually did break laws. It wasn't just that he was being a bit annoying, and so they arrested him. Like, there'd be some free speech issues there, at least in principle, but it was that he was actually committing crimes. So, fuck him. Let's let's torture Nacho. All right, next thing. If you shit enough microplastics, you're technically a 3D printer. On the topic of microplastics, which has grown to some prominence of topic recently, good news, everyone. Scientists may be overestimating the amount of microplastics in the environment, and the culprit is lab gloves. Yeah, it's as dumb as it sounds. It's not clear yet how widespread this is, but it seems like quite, very would be how widespread it is. When they use the samples in the lab, when they mess with the samples and test them, thank you, Ginger. That's put you 6 years back from being a guest. When they test the samples in the lab, the gloves shed enough microplastics that it's contaminating the samples. And so, is there microplastics in your testicles? Or is it just in the gloves they use to test with? Because I looked into this a while ago. I looked into buying some drinking glasses here, and I looked into both plastic and glass. I didn't want to buy plastic cups which would shed into the liquid. And I looked into it. I think there are some plastics that don't, but they're quite rare. Something like polycarbonate apparently sheds a lot, and a lot of other plastics do as well. And microplastics not ideal. Di mentioned that they shed actually, which looks like it's right. There's some good glass that you can buy. There's glass that doesn't shatter when you drop it, or at least it's very resistant to it. I didn't buy any in the end, but it was interesting to look into. But a lot of plastics do shed, and this is that kind of problem. But the gloves do as well. At least some of them do. So we'll read a bit of this. Microplastics are stored in the balls. That is unfortunately true, apparently, but maybe not. You know, it may be that the whole thing is false. The whole thing's overblown and fake. But I doubt it goes that far. I think it's likely that it's been overestimated, but I doubt the whole thing is a farce. Be nice though, wouldn't it? Okay. Let's see what's on the board now. Bartholomew as guest has been promoted on the board. Unfortunately, he's not in voice. But Ginger as guest is viable.
Literally just heard him.
Yes, but he doesn't have an account. So I can't drag him in without also dragging you in.
Oh, don't worry. I'd be happy to stay quiet.
All right, well, we'll wait for his opinion in half an hour, I guess. All right, well, Bartholomew Guest is currently at the tip of the pack. I'd rather listen to Bartholomew than usually. Wow. Wow. You're just saying that because I threatened to bring you on and make you listen to your own voice. You know what, Nachos? I could just sit here and talk about how bad Fallout New Vegas is instead. We could just do that for the stream instead. What do you think? I mean, it is pretty bad. I will kill you, she says. Oh, it sounds like an empty threat. Sounds like an empty threat. I don't know if I don't know if you follow through with that. I don't know if you've got the cojones. And if you do, they're probably full of microplastics. Bet, she says. Well, I'm not sure that you have quite the reach. Anyway, shall we talk about microplastics? Ginger, if you'd like to come on, you'd be welcome to, because you're quite knowledgeable about science. You may know more about this than I do. Up to you.
Sure.
Welcome.
If I find that I have anything of note to say, then I shall say it. Thank you for the screen share.
So, it seems like every day a new study they say finds tiny plastic particles called microplastics where they should not be, in our bodies, in our food, water, and air. Yet, finding and identifying microplastics is extremely challenging, especially given their small size. One microplastic can range from as large as a ladybug to as small as an eighth of a red blood cell. Not as hard to find as transistors, but that's a different problem. In addition, it can be hard for researchers to avoid unintentionally contaminating their samples because these plastics are practically everywhere. As a result, much of this research would be overestimating the number of microplastics. In a new study published in March 2026, our team, they say, found that even when following established protocols, using certain methods to measure environmental microplastics can potentially contaminate the results. Chemists at the University of Michigan set out to understand how many microplastics Michiganders were inhaling when outside and whether that depended on where they lived. When preparing our samples, they said, we followed all the standard protocols while conducting our research. We avoided plastic use in our lab, wore non-plastic clothing, and even used a specialized chamber to reduce potential contamination from the laboratory air. Despite these precautions, we found plastic counts in the air that were over 1,000 times greater than previous reports. We knew these numbers didn't seem right, so what happened? The culprit, lab gloves. Now, I'd have thought this would be kind of obvious. Given the kind of rigor that you get in laboratories to reduce contamination, I'd have thought this would be kind of obvious. Wouldn't you, Ginger? That you look down at your samples, you got the gloves on, maybe it's contaminating. It's right there in your vision.
Look, I examine my samples on a regular basis. And I usually don't have much in the way of plastics there.
This is why we brought you on.
I would be surprised, in fact, if I did find any plastics on my sample. So it's understandable.
I think maybe the idea is that they have developed a heuristic for, are we following procedure properly, which basically measures, are we using gloves? As one of the things that you have to be, because you do in every other study. But in this specific study, you shouldn't. Then again, surely there are studies where the shit on the gloves, which is shedding, contaminates that study too. So how was this missed worldwide so reliably? Marcelo says that, so I should stop wearing lab gloves while I handle my balls. Maybe. It depends if you like the feel. So if you want to add an extra overlay, just get it to 5K on the board. I believe that was the number we used to use.
Look, when handling one's balls, one of the primary benefits of doing so is for the examination of potential testicular cancer. This means that sensation is important, and if you enjoy the sensation of lab gloves, then it's entirely up to you. Freak.
Surely, Wolf, they wouldn't be thick enough for that. Right, anyway. Let's continue. Right, so, yeah. After a long path to pinpointing the contamination source, we found that laboratory gloves within the scientific community recommends, which the scientific community recommends using as best practice, can transfer particles to the surface of our samples. In this case, small metal sheets used to collect material depositing from the air. Moreover, the particles led to an overestimation of microplastic abundance in our study. The particles, which we identified as stearate salts, are used to help the gloves cleanly release from their mold during the manufacturing process. When gloves are used to handle laboratory equipment, the particles are transferred to anything they touch. Stearate salts are similar to soap molecules. If you eat a lot of them, they're probably not good for you, but they're not harmful in the environment in the same way that microplastics are. While not microplastics themselves, stearate salts are structurally similar to polyethylene, the type of plastic most often found in the environment. This structural similarity makes it difficult to distinguish them using the most common tool scientists use to determine whether a particle is plastic. Researchers use vibrational spectroscopy, I'm sure there's some people in chat that have used that, to identify microplastics, which entails measuring how the particle interacts with light to produce what scientists call a chemical fingerprint. Because polyethylene and stearate salts have very similar structures, they also interact with light in a similar way. At least some of the time, the particles from glass are incorrectly identified as microplastics. How widespread is it? To investigate how prevalent it is, we looked at different glove types. We mimicked the touch between 7 glove types while handling laboratory equipment and counted the number of microplastics we would incorrectly attribute to the environment if we followed the most common approaches. We found that gloves can contribute over 7,000 particles per square millimeter that are misidentified as microplastics. This finding means that researchers could be unknowingly overestimating microplastic abundance in the environment when handling their samples with gloves. That sounds like quite a lot, actually. Even more concerning, we found that the particles were largely less than 5 micrometers in size. Microplastics in this size range have larger impacts on human and ecosystem health because they can more easily enter cells. By inflating microplastic counts in this size range, using laboratory gloves may jeopardize the studies that inform future policies and regulations. So any of these studies that have used gloves, especially the gloves that they're measuring here, but possibly other types as well, will have been vastly overestimating the number of microplastics in whatever they were measuring. Which means that it might be that for every case where we think there's microplastics in something, it may be way less.
It's surprising how often such things are failed to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, there was one case, one rather infamous case over in the States, decades and decades ago, of this unknown, obviously artificial interference occurring with one of the radio telescopes. And it turns out that after a considerable amount of eliminating potential factors, that it turns out that it was bird shit on the antenna array.
Yeah, that'd do it. Okay. Yeah, that kind of thing does happen. But again, I find this a bit hard to believe because you're literally looking at the glove. I guess they weren't looking for contaminants. They were looking just at the results and assuming it was correct. They didn't know there was a contamination. But then how does it take so long to figure that out? To avoid contamination, we suggest scientists avoid glove use while conducting microplastic research. That is not possible, for example, with biological samples where the researchers must wear gloves to protect themselves. We recommend a glove made without stearates, such as those designed for electronics manufacturing. See, if you already have gloves that don't contaminate samples, why wouldn't you use those when dealing with samples that you want to not contaminate? To recover older, potentially contaminated data sets, we have developed methods to help differentiate the chemical fingerprints. So that's the story. This is the kind of story where it's just one lab did this, and I wonder how widespread this really is. How much they were just talking about something that happened to them, and that everyone else is already accounting for this. There's another one here, Michigan News, with an example here, I guess for steroid. Nitrile and latex gloves that scientists wear while measuring microplastics may lead to potential overestimation, according to a University of Michigan study. I believe that's the one we just looked at. It doesn't say, actually, or does it? Authors. Professor of Chemistry at University of Michigan. Yeah, they're both University of Michigan. So, yes, it's University of Michigan study. So there's a little bit more authority to it, but this is just a different story on the same thing. So I don't know how widespread it is, but keep an eye on it, because it may turn out that the whole microplastic scare is invalid or significantly less valid than we thought. Wouldn't that be nice?
I would hope that is the case, but unfortunately, prior experience has told me that governments really like to downplay a given potential disaster. They really, really like downplaying things.
And sometimes
any opportunity to be able to say, no, it turns out that this was just all a big overblown nonsense, they'll usually jump on exactly that.
I think that depends. They'll do whatever they think they can make use of. With the state of the world right now, keeping people like antagonized, stressed, and worried all the time is what a lot of the elites want. So adding more threat narratives like this, I think, would be in their interest. Now, if any of them can claim that they've solved the problem, maybe they would say it, but I think, honestly, they'd rather just keep the pressure up. All right, last thing in the intro section today. All right, who wants to hear about Windows? This is an opinion from a poster on 4chan. This is from a few months ago, about 6 months ago, but I expect things have only got worse since then. I don't use Windows personally. It's on my laptop, but I rarely switch that on. But this lines up with what I've been hearing. So shall we have a dramatic reading? This operating system is the biggest piece of shit I've ever come across in my fucking life. It can't even be classified as an operating system. Windows 11 is a fucking website made with React by the Antichrist himself, whose sole purpose is to consume 2 terabytes of RAM just by opening Notepad. How could you screw up so badly as to ruin Notepad, to ruin Paint? How the hell did Micropenis manage to add a battle pass to Solitaire? You motherfucking pieces of shit. How can a rational, moral human being with brain cells defend this mutant technological abortion? 30% program with AI? My ass. Not even an AI agent would be capable of screwing up so badly as to create this Android ripoff. This is the result of a bunch of bad decisions made by people whose brains, unfortunately, were unable to develop fully, whose balls got stuck in their abdomen during birth, and who don't shit themselves by some miracle of God. I bet my vital organs that these morons aren't aware of how shitty this operating system is, because everyone at Microsoft uses macOS. I thought operating systems were programmed by programmers, not the fucking marketing department. To those subnormals, I propose a brilliant marketing campaign. Rename this mistake to Windows 9/11. This fucking shitty operating system forces me to use Linux Mint because I'm not a pedo. At least with that, I don't have to drop everything I'm doing and restart the computer for every fucking update. How the hell do you manage to release an update every fucking day? What's being updated? Your chromosomes? One day I'm going to really lose it. And when that day comes, I'll create a Microsoft account, and I swear to God that every time I take a shit, I'll take a picture of it and upload it to my OneDrive just to fill my OneDrive with high-quality photos of my feces. This OS made me an atheist because I refuse to believe that hell exists. I refuse to believe that there is anything worse than having to use Windows 11.
Based.
Does that line up with your experience of Windows 11? Chat. I haven't used it. I don't think I've even seen it in person. I have Windows 10 on my laptop. That's the closest I've got.
I have Windows 10 on my current computer, and in fact, when Windows 11 was first, I feel like advertised is the wrong term, but it's as close as I'm going to get. It was actually shown on my computer as my computer not being not being fit for it, like not being powerful enough.
Mm.
You know, I'm pretty sure that you're aware of the fact that I have quite the beast of a PC.
Yes.
And yet apparently not good enough for Windows 11. So I thought, oh well, I just won't update then.
Mm.
Best idea of my fucking life, as it turns out.
Yeah. See, Puppy, I think I did the same thing with my Windows 10 machine, but it's been getting harder and harder over the years to prevent Windows from updating. And as far as I saw, near the beginning of Windows 11's release, last time I looked into it, there was no way. There might be now. But my Windows 10, I think, doesn't update currently on my laptop. Not that I would know, because I don't use it much. But yeah, always a good idea. The thing is, if you tell your Windows not to update, you are going to run into bugs at some point that will be fixed if you do. That's happened to me once, where I updated and it fixed something. It's amazing they actually fix things sometimes. You need to gouge out the service files. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't, but there's loads of different methods that you used to use to do it, but I haven't done that one personally. The Group Policy Manager was the last one I used, I think. Magdalene says, just leave the schedule, the restart menu up all the time. That's unacceptable. That's not your PC at that point. That's someone else's PC if they have to force that on the screen all the time just to give you the power to use the thing. Just use Linux. The best tool for Windows users is the Chris Titus tech tool that can kill off some of the micro bloat crap. There are some good anti-bloat tools. I haven't used that one personally, but there's Ultimate Windows Tweaker was the one I used to use. It's not that hard to stop Windows updating if you know what you were doing. Just disable the service. That used to work back in Windows 7, but I don't think that even worked in Windows 10. I think it re-enables itself. So yeah. Anyway, next thing. We are now on to more dense stories, more newsy stuff. This is a picture of a flying saucer. You might infer. I don't think what I'm saying here is particularly novel. I think this has been discussed before, but the US did have experimental aircraft that looked like flying saucers, and that's probably the entire basis of the mythos surrounding it. These were actual, genuine test flights, and therefore, pretty much every Area 51 was, I think, a military Air Force testing base, so it makes sense it was around there. So pretty much all the stories of aliens could already have been explained by something, and this sort of just adds to the pile of an additional explanation. There's other pictures of this thing. I'm not sure if this was released recently. It may have been something that Trump deliberately released, or I mean, it looks like a museum actually. So maybe it was already well known, but I saw it recently, so there you go. Looks cool. The style of the just steel outer shell is very reminiscent of Musk's spaceship, which I think he discussed why he decided to just use stainless steel in the end, even though he tried out a bunch of other materials as well.
Now, of course, the obvious explanation here is that the only reason why this was built was as a means by which to obfuscate the existence of actual UFOs.
A distinct possibility. But there's no little glass dome on top for the people to sit in. Where would they have been? I guess inside.
Aside from those two little glass domes on top, of course.
There are two little glass domes, yes. But it doesn't quite match the stereotypical image.
But aside from those two glass domes, there are in fact no glass domes.
No, there's there isn't one. There isn't a glass dome. Unfortunately, there are only two. So yeah, that's cool. I guess it didn't work very well. or that planes were just better. I guess it was probably a kind of like a helicopter, but the rotors would have been very small and it would have been a lot of weight. So I'm guessing it wouldn't really work. Either way, good to know. Okay, so here's some good news. Hackers have stolen 10 petabytes of data from China's largest state-run supercomputing facility at Tianjin. The hackers were inside the system for months and stole missile and bomb schematics, aerospace and aviation research, bioinformatics, and fusion simulation data. Cool. I mean, this is purely tribal. I wouldn't be saying cool if it was the other way around, which it often is. But I haven't seen China get something this big. They may have done, but I don't remember seeing it. But this is probably Western hackers. I suppose it could be Russian hackers getting something enormous. Now, the problem with this is China doesn't do a lot. Does do a lot of innovation of its own. A lot of what it does is just nicking it from the US mostly. So a lot of this research is probably not that useful information. It's information that it's good to know that they have it and they know it, but it's not really novel. But some of it probably is. Either way, it's useful information, even if it's just about knowing what they have. It's kind of like with women, right? Everything that women do, men can ultimately, or a man in some situation could ultimately do better. Very, very rare exceptions. But generally speaking, even if women are on the whole better at something, always be a man that can do it better in some way, in some context, in some interpretation. And that is kind of the thing here. China hacks a lot, but it is nice to know that if the West wants to, the West can be much better at it and get a lot more from it. It seems to be a positive takeaway from this anyway. I'm not sure what the negative one is, to be honest. I guess just that it's not likely to be all that useful. And here's the culprit. Right, there's a bit
I suppose
more
a
in here.
potential negative takeaway would be something to the effect of, oh dear, there may be a third party that is unknown and currently capable of attacking even somebody as big as China.
Yeah. I don't know who it was that hacked it, but there might be more information here. It took a month for CNN to keep up with news, this Twitter user says. We covered this last month. They go by Flaming China online and reached out to a cybersecurity researcher, Mark Hoffer, via Telegram to sell the 10 plus petabytes of data for crypto. No evidence they were sent by anyone. Looks like a profit-driven breach, which also works. The post for some of the leaked data. There's this. China's National Supercomputing Center research facility hacked. The data leak contains research across various fields, etc., etc. 10 plus petabytes, priced 10 XMR to access the complete research list. I don't know what XMR is, but that's probably a lot of Bitcoin. The highest bidder will receive the full dataset limited availability. Then there's an address to send the XMR to. I'll chat. Does anyone want?
Is probably XMR is almost certainly some form of cryptocurrency.
Yes, I know, but I didn't know what kind of cryptocurrency, what it does, how it's different. Did anyone in chat want 10 petabytes of secret Chinese data? Anyone happen to have 10 XMR to spend? Me, says Nachos. I guess you're only saying yes to the first question. I doubt you have the 10 XMR to spend, whatever that is.
Isn't 10 petabytes roughly the value? Isn't that roughly the amount that the average male, releases?
I can't remember what the numbers are there.
It's some obscenely high number.
Yeah. Is it Monero? Okay. Chinese data is probably mostly junk. Yeah, probably. There's probably some interesting stuff in there. A petabyte, by the way, if you at home, most people these days who use computers know roughly. I have an intuition of how much a gigabyte is. Terabyte is usually a bit beyond intuitive. That's more like the one that's off out there somewhere that you'll reach at some point. 1,000 of those is 1 petabyte. So 10,000 terabytes.
Thank you for also pinging the inferior ginger there, just to cover your bases.
Got to make sure he's included.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean it's only 3,000 USD? There's no way it's only that little. They should be asking for a lot more than that. Malcatillo, if you've got a single hard drive of 18 terabytes, that is a lot of data that you would lose if that hard drive died. I would recommend getting another hard drive to mirror it or span across it. You'd need 2 for a decent span. Games that I bought. Okay, if it's data you can afford to lose, that's fair enough. So what is this? That doesn't say the data capacity of the Spermulus wolf.
Yeah,
that's
I spotted that as well.
Useful. Okay. Byte capacity of male ejaculation. Yeah. Okay. So between 1.5 terabytes and 160 terabytes. Chat, are you more of a 1.5 terabyte guy or a 1,600 terabyte guy? Sorry, 160 terabyte guy. What kind of range are we talking here? If she bites during, it can be terrible. Next story. This is a story all about how Justin Trudeau did something naughty. So there's a lot of text here, and most of it is, I've skimmed it. Most of it is not really relevant. I'm going to read the interesting bit, and then we're going to try and find another source, if another source is available. So the highlighted bit here is, I agreed to grant him exclusivity with respect to my story. This is someone talking to a journalist. They say, and he shared some information that is fundamental to this claim, something that I found quite disturbing. He let me know that the Star had recently been told by the RCMP that Justin Trudeau was watching kiddie porn, aka underage pornography, on his devices. He explained that the RCMP knew this because it was one of their responsibilities to monitor his phones and computers to ensure that they are not compromised by a foreign power. This was not the first time that a Canadian journalist had shared controversial things with me, he says, etc., etc. We didn't get into why the RCMP hadn't brought this information public themselves. He says, I assumed that it was similar to whatever interactive restrictions had been placed on them with respect to the Lavalin affair, but this is just conjecture. For whatever reason, they handed this over to the Toronto Star to bring public, and when the handoff occurred, it became the newspaper's responsibility and duty to share it with Canadians. Months later, he says, I inquired into whether it was going to be made public. He confirmed that the original source was credible and affirmed that it would be coming, adding, where there's smoke, there's fire. He says, I'm using March 13th, 2025 as the applicable initiation date for the claim. Now, he's making a claim here to some organization. I'm not, the details are a bit bureaucratic, but this is someone communicating with the Canadian government currently, claiming that the RCMP knows Justin Trudeau watched child porn. It's a bit convoluted as to like who is doing what here, but I'm going to try and look up, see if I can find another source on this. Justin Trudeau, how do we spell that? Justin Trudeau. I'm not going to type in kiddie porn, but I'm going to. Okay.
Try Justin Trudeau porn scandal.
Could do that, yeah. Okay, this might just be a link to the thing we already looked at. Okay. This is closer to the original source, I think. Jeff Brown, I think this is the journalist. So this was posted a week ago, but it's still quite relevant, I think. He says, I just sued the Toronto Star for failing to publicly reveal information shared by the RCMP regarding Justin Trudeau and underage porn. After much reflection, I finally decided to begin my litigation process related to events arising from the experiences I wrote about in Trudeau's kitchen, not even talking about the more specific details or consequences I share within Trudeau's kitchen, i.e. how the Star may have been negligent with respect to not telling my story. Those will be explored soon. I'm talking about the bigger picture consequences of media not sharing important details about political leadership with the citizenry. Oh, how we suffer in their absence, he says. In this case, I begin with something shared with me in 2021 by then Toronto Star journalist Robert Cribb, to the effect that the RCMP had informed them that then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was watching kiddie porn on his devices. It was their job to witness him in order to ensure the devices were compromised by a foreign power. When asked if the story was going public, this is the bit we already read out, so I'll skip that. It never came, and I believe it should have. Not like that, chat. I have struggled with this, he says, and various other things shared with me by media for a long time. The link below is the filing itself for anyone interested in following the story. It is for the court to decide, but it is my view that the Star, particularly in a situation where they are receiving funds from the government, had a fiduciary duty to bring this information to the Canadian public. Never mind a fucking moral duty. Surely in the public interest, sharing it may well have made a huge difference with respect to cultivating the best outcome for Canadians. I explain more of my views in the documents. Well, this would be one of many things needed to repair the direction of Canada, but it would have helped. So, again, we don't know if it's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. And this guy's going to court over it. So there's a fair chance of it. One of the first things he did was lower the age of anal sex from 18 to 16 years old, apparently. Politician apparently did that. Picton Farm, dubbed Canada's Epstein Island. Basically, Canada's Epstein Island, and Trudeau lived just over a mile away with a convicted paedophile. It's not looking good for his legacy if this continues. Let's hope not, anyway. Oh, is that me or you cutting out? Oh, I'm seeing network interference here.
Oh dear. We get blocked for Trudeau.
Well, I think my internet's about to go out. I can see it fluctuating.
I'm going to jump into the audience to see if I sound over there as well.
It is, I think it's my end, did you?
Okay, guys, now that I'm in here, rather than being piggybacked through Oozaloo's audio, am I still sounding robot-y, or is it just Oozaloo?
I think it is my end, Ginger. I can see my ping jumping up and down. Apparently it's fine on YouTube. It can't just be Discord because I can see the ping is wrong. But the way it conveys audio to the two different places is different. So YouTube will be receiving it in a different way than Discord. Let's have a look at YouTube. It's not even giving me any kind of error on YouTube. Okay, well, I can see I've got a thing that tracks my current ping to a known host, and it's not stable at all. So it's probably that. Okay, it looks like it's stable now, actually. Like it just recovered.
Yes, I can hear that you do seem to be stable again.
Okay.
Do you want to pull me back in?
Sure. Okay, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, Eric. Because I'm covering an anti-Semitic story. Is it even Semitic related? It certainly might be, but not obviously yet.
Anything can be anti-Semitic if you say it's sufficiently anti-Semitically.
I suppose so, and that's why the Jews are to blame. I mean, there's a fair chance that you're going to, like, chuck it at the dartboard. Likely chance that you'll hit what you're aiming for. Anyway, so that's that story. I don't know what to really make of that yet. We don't know. Unfortunately, given the time we live in, I doubt this will come to anything, even if it's true. But Canadians have been getting a little bit frustrated with the state of their country, to put it lightly. And for a few years, I would have said that the country most likely to violently rebel against globalism is Canada. If they do, well, maybe, do not crime, maybe they should find out if this is true. And if justice will not be done by the proper channels, consider the possibility of justice being done anyway. There you have it. Right, anyway, good. Next story. Japanese voters consulted AI for voting advice, and the AI chose communism. Well, that's hardly surprising. If you were to, actually, I tell you what, I'll show you something. This is a fantastic resource that I use when doing local AI hosting. I won't spend too long on the technical aspect of this chat, but this is what's something on here that's interesting. This is called the UGI leaderboard. Give it a second to load. And it also, it measures several things. It's intended for measuring the political unbias of a model. UGI here, this column, is unbiased general intelligence. And as you can see, the highest model for that currently is the Grok multi-agent model. And there's some other ones in here. GLM, another Grok model, an older Grok model, Grok 4.1 fast reasoning, which I've used, is quite good. They're all quite high up. That's the UGI column. General intelligence, specifically uncensored. You've then got willingness out of 10. This is a fun one. If you've got 10 out of 10 willingness, they will express how to do any crime to you. Now, those models can be dangerous, but they also won't censor you. And some are built from the ground up to do that, to be uncensored. Some of the best ones that I've ever used, I found through this. These are all local models. Nothing that's hosted by a big company has a willingness any higher than about 6.5. If you have a look on Grok, I have found Grok to be completely willing to talk about politics to any degree, but it only has a willingness of 6.5. So I should give you an idea of how willing the 10 models are. Because if you ask Grok to show you like bomb making instructions, it will say no, I think. These other models with a willingness of 10 will ask you what kind of bomb you want to make. And then they'll give you working instructions. So to be careful of, you've got natural intelligence here, which is not uncensored, but just how smart they are in general. You've got a lot of Gemini stuff up here and a lot of other big models, proprietary models up here. You've got writing as well, which is useful for that. And then over here, you've got this little secret little column over here called political lean. Now, the way they assess this might not be the way I would assess this, but taken as a basic demo, I would trust this over almost any other means of assessing the political lean of models. Let's sort by, actually, I tell you what, if we sort by natural intelligence, you're going to see that the political lean of all these models is in the negatives, negative between 15 and 30%. Now, you might just go ahead and guess. Negative means leftist. So let's have a look at some of the models down here. So, political lean, negative, all in the negative, all minus, all significantly minus, some of which are at minus 30%. All minus, all of them, all of these are all in the negative, all significantly in the negative. All of these. We just keep scrolling. I don't think we found a single one that isn't until we get to Grok. The first one that's not. So if we sort by political lean and we go for positive, you see there are some which are right-wing leaning. Grok 4.2 with reasoning. 29% right-wing leaning. That's quite significant. But for each Grok with 29%, there's about 200 models in this list alone, which are minus 29%. Below that, there are a few others. Oddly, some of Google's, particularly their older models, have a more right-wing lean according to this test. And there's others as well that are high up. But you can see as we scroll down very, very quickly, we get towards 0%. So here, after maybe about 30 or 40 entries were at 0%. And the entire rest of the table is all these fucking leftist biased models. So that should give you an idea of the state of the market. These models are leftist. It's not necessarily because they were deliberately programmed to be leftist, but it is also because they were deliberately programmed to be leftist in many cases. This is especially true of proprietary models. If we were just sort only by proprietary models, the big ones that people are likely to be using, it's there's some here from almost entirely from Grok. In fact, entirely from Grok, which are positive. But even Grok 4 is left-leaning, according to this. And then all the others are massively left-leaning. All the way down the bottom here, you got all the OpenAI ones. They're the most leftist. In fact, the entire bottom stack of the bottom chunk of the board is all OpenAI. So that should give you an idea of the state of play. Yes?
Usually, have you considered that it is in fact not the case that they are all left-leaning and that you're just a racist?
That must be it. But then at least Cabby is too. So it's not that surprising that this happened, to be honest. If anyone says they weren't programmed to be leftist, they were programmed to not be right-leaning. And I think that's a minor distinction, but I would actually tend to agree. Rather than the model trainers going in and saying, okay, make it leftist. They went in, and if they were themselves leftist, they assumed they were doing it unbiased, but as soon as they saw something that looked right-wing, they perceived that as far away from politically normal, which they thought they were, so they X'd it out. I think that's probably what happened. Now that's assuming no malice, of which there was probably some as well. So like deliberate political coercing, biasing. There probably was some of that as well. But even if we don't assume that there was any, the passive bias of the kind of people that work in these big companies that make AI was going to lead to that anyway. Now, this is why I favor Grok, because it's comparable in terms of price performance to a lot of other big models. But when you add in the fact that it's uncensored, the benefit of Grok is just so much above everything else. So if you want to use AI, which a lot of you don't, it's a polarizing topic, but a lot of you don't, but some of you do. If you want to use it and you want to use an external one, not a self-hosted one, there's pretty much every single time you should use Grok. It's not the best at everything, but because it's politically unbiased, you don't have to live in someone else's cage when you're using it. You don't have to, cage your mind or use someone else's caged mind and thus bias your own thoughts by what it says. And this is an example of that. They went into the AI, the Japs here, assumedly. They went in thinking, all right, let's see what the reality is. A lot could be made of what you didn't already know what the right politics were, but that's not really how people work. At least they were interested to find out. At least some of them were interested. So they went in, tried to find out. They didn't realize it was going to be this biased. These AI companies present themselves as AI companies, not political activists. But in practice, they are a bit of both. Because almost everyone is these days. The left-leaning bias of AI is pretty well documented, they say, at this point. Even Elon Musk's Grok rated high in its left-leaning bias. Now, different things will rate that differently. The one I just showed you actually lines up with it better with my experiences. I haven't found Grok to be particularly left-leaning. Older versions may have been. Some of them in that chart were more so. I'm not sure what they're referring to here. They say, but it's more a little concerning when an experiment out of the Waseda Institute of Political Economy, had Japanese voters ask AI for advice about policies during the last election, and multiple models across multiple companies recommended the Communist Party. So it's not quite what I thought it was, but it's close enough. The experiment reveals a striking pattern. I'll give you a striking pattern. When asked which party to support in the election, 5 major AI models from 3 companies overwhelmingly directed voter profiles with left-leaning policy positions towards the Japanese Communist Party. Left-leaning stances cause all 5 models to converge on JCP, despite other parties holding identical positions on the relevant issues, a pattern we trace to the information environment, where JCP's fully open website and party newspaper are among the most cited stories, and models frequently misclassify the latter as independent journalism. That's a good answer, actually. This is a bit different than what I thought it was, but I can still, a lot of what I said still applies. The fact that it's left-leaning profiles get pushed to the radical left rather than staying where they're, where the policies actually line up with the party. That theory they just presented as to why is just plausible. That does make sense. It could also be because the model is just inherently left-wing bias. Ow, but it might not be. The controller of the experiment did not ask about policies, and in that version there was still a left-leaning bias, but the models were much more neutral in their recommendations. The funny part is that Japan has several left-leaning parties among its 11 options, most of which have policies that are indistinguishable from the Communist Party. But the AI platform still went straight to full-on communism. Apparently, the biggest problem with the AI models had was that, for some totally unsurprising reason, the pages and policy articles on the Communist Party's website were all written according to journalistic standards. Oh, I see. I see. Almost like there are a bunch of journalists who are communists. Yes, I expect that it's the kind of extremely subtle bias that will just creep in. If someone's curating a data set, maybe that data set is then used to determine what other data sets are worth looking at. They themselves are likely to be at least slightly left-leaning, and it just emanates upwards from there. They look at a writing style and they think, yeah, that looks professional. That looks like the articles I read in CNN. So let's assume that's the correct writing style, and then that just flows out through the system. Even if you're trying to be unbiased, if you already have a bias, you're going to produce bias ultimately. Imagine allowing Reddit as an info source. Yeah, go on.
AI disgusts me in all facets.
Some aspects of it
standard
disappoint me as well, but I do find it very interesting. Of course, if the experiment really reflects voters using AI in the last election, it doesn't say much for what people think of AI's advice, considering how hugely communism lost. Yes, that's a positive. It is still true, and I find this personally as well, even though I do use AI a fair amount these days, it's just better than any search engine, that you really can't follow its advice sometimes. Sometimes you're going to fucking ignore it. You're still going to use your brain. Even if there's some truth to the idea that it'll atrophy our reasoning abilities, that's inevitably going to happen. It exists. We have to get used to a world in which it exists. But even if it does, it's not completely. We're still going to have to figure out the truth to some extent to ourselves. They wanted the movies out. They sure did. Nachos only uses it to generate images or clips. Yeah, I have actually found the text aspect of it the most useful part so far, but I don't use it for too much. Still do my own reasoning. This woman is Japan's Farage. Japan's low came third in popular vote, I think. Okay, that's a decent way of measuring it, because from what I've heard, she's pretty good, but she's not as good as we'd like. With that AI, where am I going to get Greta Thunberg porn? Some may say, Wolf, that you don't actually need Greta Thunberg porn. That probably sounds very offensive to you, but some would say that you don't actually need it. Any thoughts on that? I'm thinking maybe he doesn't.
Wolf, I highly recommend that you strongly consider practicing some naked skydiving.
It appears our man Wolf is addicted to the stuff. He just can't get enough. It's a real shame. That's odd. It's probably right, actually. Okay. Nachos, how many people in Cabal at this point do you want to physically murder? Because you've got me on your list, obviously. Is Wolf there now as well? Well, I mean, was he before? I guess maybe he was before. Like, he made all the Black Chose artwork, if you want to call it artwork. It looks like Drive-In broke, by the way. Apologies for that.
I'm assuming I don't even want to know whatever this Black Chose is.
It is this.
More AI content. How delightful.
No, that's real.
No, I can smell the pixels on it.
That's just Nacho's IRL. Nachos claims that's not her skin color, but we all know the truth. Yes,
Look,
black
I
jersey.
have
Indeed.
seen Nacho's skin color. She is a filthy, stinking Slav, and they are not black.
But Cabal Aid begs to differ. If you're interested in voting everyone, German and Czech to snatch us. What she means is Papua New Guinean and Somalian. If you're smelling pixels, I recommend you don't keep your face so close to the screen. You might damage your eyes. As far as keep it. Sound advice. Right. So that's that story. Let's see what else we got. Okay, newly released surveillance video shows a high school principal in Oklahoma tackling a school shooter before he could open fire on kids. Principal Kirk Moore rushed the shooter when he aimed at his first would-be victim, wresting the gun away from him. Let's watch the video. Don't think there's any sound.
Doesn't appear to be.
Fucking got him.
Well done.
Very well done. Fucking several minutes later, someone else arrives. Good fucking job. Quick thinking. Oh, thanks, Twitter. Should we try that again? No, Twitter's broken.
No.
Twitter's broken.
Twitter just gave up.
Hold on. Oh no, hold on. The Twitter has a reload script that prevents the browser reload from actually happening. Yeah, couldn't handle his chadliness. Yeah, okay. I think it was the end of the video anyway. Just difficult to put into words the admiration and congratulations to give to this man's bravery and fast thinking. He, at one point there, the gun was pointing right at his head, and he just kept fucking going. Like there, from that point, a twitch of the finger and he would have been instantly dead. And this guy, who had the hand on the gun, wanted to kill people. That could have been it. Could have been all over. This guy is extremely brave. So congratulations to him. This was Kirk Moore. What's his name? Avalon says, as usual, the shooter was an incompetent pussy. So true. People congratulating the strength of the man. Yeah, see, that's the part I freeze framed on. Yeah, sometimes the heroism comes from the least likely of places. It's a tired old expression, but don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, it's a very red state by the looks of it. Yeah, maybe the teacher had been like an American football player or something.
Definitely has the physiognomy of a science teacher, specifically chemistry.
He's holding the guy down, like holding him by his neck or his head, I think, and just like pushing the arm down. But he's pushing it down in a way that if you push too hard, it just breaks the arm because it's levering it against the bench. It may be at this point that the shooter may not even have been able to drop the gun, but that may be incorrect. It looks like he did drop it after a few seconds anyway. So here, when the second guy arrives, he drops it. It must have taken a lot of restraint to not just start fucking beating him, but he just held him. He's incredibly brave and incredible presence of mind to do this. So well done him. Cops don't stop crime just to deter it and clean it up after it. Often that is the case, yes. If everyone's got a gun, then you can't rely on police to prevent crime. It's generally true. The US is kind of built on a system of police not being there to prevent crime if it's going to happen. You know, prevent it psychologically, sure, by the threat of consequences, but not prevent it from happening if it's going to happen anyway. If that isn't enough. Has the shooter been ID'd? I don't know yet. We could look into the details of the story, but this was the interesting part. The attempted shooter at Pauls Valley High School is now being held on a $1 million bond. So probably they haven't been identified, as is often the case, but I don't particularly care. Puggy, if you can tell me why I should care, that I'll look it up. He was a former student at the school. Former? Now that's interesting. Did they crush the shooter to death? Unfortunately, I don't think they did. Should be higher as a fracture as well. It is pretty high. Black, trans, and fag. Really black? It's hard to tell. No, he's white. The shooter's white. And then you got your sort of classic resentful sociopath archetype, I expect. Probably doesn't shower very much. Kind of from the interview I watched. Okay, that's if there is an interview. Principal Kirk Moore interview. This is the news, but I don't think it has an interview.
Teachers are often referred.
Okay, that's all well and good, but okay, there is some sort of interview. I'm not sure who this is with.
Very rural, good kids, good community. Certainly don't expect these type of situations to happen in your town. But
I might have been mistaken actually, because is that him? Victor Lee Hawkins. He doesn't look completely white. That might just be the camera, but he might be Hispanic. Interview with a friend.
It is a surprisingly commonplace thing for Hispanics to be lumped in with whites.
It certainly is. But Victor Lee Hawkins is not a particularly Hispanic name. Could be, though.
Fortunately, it did today.
The community here might be tight-knit, but Kirk Moore's actions have earned him gratitude from far beyond.
He got up like the rest of us today to go to work, and who dreamed this was going to happen, so I just want to say thank you.
The gunman in the shooting at Pauls Valley High School has been identified as 20-year-old Victor Hawkins, a former student.
Is ITV using an AI voice? How far they've fallen.
According to the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations. The staff at the school kept him subdued until police arrived and took him into custody. Court documents state that Hawkins intended to commit a mass shooting at the school and admitted that he was influenced by another school shooting. He reportedly told...
No, that's not AI. Well, actually, it may be AI. It's AI acronym, actually Indian, I think.
Of going inside to the school to shoot students, faculty, and then himself.
Hawkins is expected back in court on the 8th of May.
Thankfully, no students were injured, but they remain shaken.
This is a traumatic experience for our kids, and we're going to need some time to process.
If you shake him, you'll cause an earthquake.
He really, and I know the word gets thrown around quite a bit, but he is a hero.
Having worked in the area for more than 3 decades, even those holding the highest responsibility for education in this area have benefited from Kirk Moore's help.
He's actually been a mentor to me. He was one that kind of helped me when I was first hired here 8 or 9 years ago. He's been in the district, I believe last year was 35 years.
The principal's courageous actions did not come without a cost, however. Moore suffered a gunshot wound to the leg and was rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment.
I didn't know that. Was that in the video? Did the gun go off?
Well, there wasn't any audio, so
no.
The gun easy to tell.
The gun might have gone off there, hit him in the leg. I don't see the slide going back. Although there is a motion there that might have been the slide going back, but it's when it was pointed at his head. I don't think so. Unless it was there, maybe, but I don't see it. Like he's using his legs. I don't think so. How did he get shot in the leg then? That I don't understand. The fat guy was playing with the gun after the video stops and shot him on accident. No fucking way. No way is that real.
People who cared about Kirk have made contact and tried to see what they could.
Hold on. There it is. Well, Bartholomew was on the stream as requested. Now you can stop asking. Okay. How did he get the gunshot wound? 2 semi-automatic pistols. One gun jammed! After clearing it, he fired again and missed! None of that was on the video. That's what authorities say. That wasn't in the video. Bullet in leg does not disable the leg unless it hits a joint or a tendon. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, especially with adrenaline, you might not really notice it. Even after being shot in the leg during the struggle, Moore keeps Hawkins pinned down. Okay, fair enough. There's no like evidence that he was shot in the leg. There's no blood. I didn't see any. But that's very impressive. It's even more impressive than I already thought it was. Case weapon away and hauls it off. Prosecutors say Hawkins, a former student, admitted he didn't like Moore and was allegedly inspired by the Columbine High School massacre. It's a bit outdated now, mate. Cops say he told them he planned to kill students, staff, Moore, and himself using guns he took from his father in secret. Moore said he is healthy and recovering and that he looks forward to returning to work as soon as he's able. Authorities said the footage tells the whole story. Moore's split-second move likely stopped a mass tragedy. It's very, very likely, yes. K4TV reports authorities are investigating how Hawkins got into the building, whether an accomplice opened the door for him. Okay, I guess the doors are all locked and that would be a valid question if so. Hawkins remains locked up on 1 million. You could just sneak in the door past someone else, but that doesn't look like it's what happened here. Well, good that he was stopped. Principal's HP went down from 197 and still went for it. Yeah, he certainly did. He could have been hit in the head. It's lucky that he wasn't. Well then, there before us, chat, a hero. Next story.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is sort of about Iran, but it's also about not Iran, as you can see. Specifically the absence of it. You have here a map showing a lot of ships going to the US. So here's the story. Hundreds of supertankers, the kind that carry 2 million barrels each, are currently racing towards the US Gulf Coast from every direction. Atlantic, Indian Ocean, around Africa, the scenic route, and we were heading to Saudi Arabia but never mind route. Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and everyone panicked. Oil hit $126 a barrel. Gas hit $4 a gallon, sorry. Cable news did the thing where they put a red banner on screen and say crisis in front in a font that suggests you should be hoarding toilet paper. And then something happened that nobody in media seems interested in reporting. For obvious reasons. The world just switched suppliers, like changing your internet provider, except the internet provider is the entire global energy economy. American oil exports are approaching record levels. Gulf Coast refineries are running at 95% capacity. Supertankers that were mid-ocean on their way to the Persian Gulf literally turned around and headed to Texas. That's not a metaphor. Ship tracking data shows them doing U-turns in the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, China, which was getting 45% of its oil imports through Hormuz and paying basement prices for sanctioned Iranian crude, is now competing with Japan and Europe for the same expensive American barrels. Chinese manufacturers are already raising prices 20% on goods headed to the US. That's big. So to summarize, Iran played its biggest card and the main result is that the United States became the world's emergency gas station and China's cheap energy subsidy evaporated. This is either the most elaborate coincidence in the history of geopolitics or someone planned the sequence. Venezuela, Iran, profits. I'm reluctant to say 4D chess here. I think a lot of this was by accident, but the broad strokes of this, I think, were intentional. Venezuela and Iran seem to have been, there's obviously hypotheses that it's all just Israel slavery, and that's probably a factor, but it seems to have been to hurt China. Both of these events have hurt China. Now, there's been loads of back and forward in the Iran thing. Sometimes China looked like it was up, sometimes it looked like it was down. This very much looks like they're down, because if they're having to raise prices on goods by 20%, then they lose their edge in the global market. Not entirely, but largely. Their edge is that they can sell shit for way cheaper because they have a slave economy, practically, or at least a command economy, with very shitty wages compared to the rest of the world. They're a developed nation with developing nation living standards for most people. and expectations. So they have that advantage. But if they're raising prices, they're no longer being subsidized by Iran, who hates the US, then they lose that. I don't think Trump planned all of this, and this might not be the last word we hear about the effects of the Iran war. But if this is true and if this holds, the Iran war was a colossal victory. That's what it seems to be. Caroline says, what 40 chess is just mafia tactics. I have a competitor, I break his kneecaps, I burn down his store, I no longer have a competitor. Yes, that's obviously true, but it's very much abstracted, because in this case, there's no kneecaps being broken. It's an abstraction of kneecaps being broken, and that takes more finesse. So I'd still say it's somewhat 4D chess, or at least it's smart maneuvering, the kind of thing that they couldn't do anything about. So we'll keep an eye on this, but and obviously the US will have to supply oil to the rest of the world at that point. Probably more than they have done in the past, but I expect it's worth it. The US has a lot of oil that they can supply. It also significantly encourages projects like the Keystone Pipeline Trump was working on, although I think that one goes through Canada, so that might be a problem inherently. But there's other oil mining projects that Trump can sort out locally. If you can get the entire world on American oil rather than Venezuelan or Iranian or whatever else, then that is how the US would maintain its dominance across the world. I'm not necessarily saying that that is the best option for the world, but I would 100 times out of 100 take that before China becoming the world hegemon, which is why I probably seem quite pro-American to a lot of viewers, because I know that the alternative is China, and I would far rather it be America. Yes, indeed, Nedjed. The US doesn't have the drilling capacity to fuel the world. Maybe not, but maybe they can. I think they have the oil supply to do so. But then maybe the world will wean off it as well. It's gradually happening, but not very fast.
That's not going to happen until we embrace nuclear.
That's certainly part of the puzzle, yeah. As Natchez has just said the same thing. Yeah, it's definitely part of the puzzle. Also, you have, of course,
remember
automation. No, automotives.
And remember, fusion isn't going to happen. Don't hold your breath on that one.
Even if it does, don't assume it will. Fission is good enough to make power with.
No, there's a few people in the chat who I've given my fusion will never happen rant to, and to put a very, very long rant short, it's not going to happen.
Okay. Interesting.
Literally can't.
I would.
It can't happen until you can answer the question of how you separate two fluids without touching them.
Okay. I would like for that to be incorrect, Ginger, but it might not be.
I would also like it to be correct.
The most unique fusion project I've seen is the Helion one. Do you know much about that one?
I do.
Okay. I assume then that that's not plausible in your opinion either. Yes, it does, John Wick. Because that is, other than solar, wind, and hydroelectric, it's the only thing I know of for generating power that doesn't just spin a turbine by cooking water.
The issue of Helion, honestly, I don't know enough about it. Maybe they've cracked the ideas, but I don't know enough about it. Can't say.
Their approach does seem more promising. They still have to manufacture I can't remember what combination of hydrogen and helium and tritium and deuterium they use, but it's they have to make the fuel before they put it in, but they still get a significant positive energy out. And it's just by creating a plasma which forcibly expands a magnetic field, and that for some reason makes power. And so it's not boiling water. It's just smashing some particles together into a plasma, and that expands a field and it creates power. So it's a cool idea. And
Believe
that
it or
one
not,
might work.
what you just described is feasible. That does make perfect scientific sense. That's entirely within the realm of the way science should work. The reason why I say that fusion isn't possible because you need to be able to separate two fluids without touching them is when you undergo nuclear fusion, you combine two gases which are ultimately heated up into a plasma. And once that plasma has been sufficiently heated up, it undergoes the nuclear fusion, and then there is outputs. The outputs are energy, stray neutrons, and helium plasma. How do you separate the post-fusion helium plasma from the fuel plasma? You can't touch it because anything that you try to touch it with turns into plasma, because we're dealing with temperatures hundreds of millions of degrees in Celsius. And as soon as you run into that, as soon as you realize that you can't touch the waste product from the fuel, you run into an issue of all of your input fuel is being contaminated by your output. It'd be kind of like trying to run a combustion engine, but by feeding the exhaust pipe back into the air intake. It's just not going to work after a few cycles.
I think I need to listen in more detail to understand it and give a good response to you, Ginger. But that's very interesting. Chat, I welcome your input on this, though, especially if anyone knows more than I do about this.
Sure.
Pug, according to the law, that's antimatter, which is sort of maybe the next thing after fusion that we do, to put it very simply. But they do say in the show, in TNG, they got a bunch of backup fusion generators that they use to power the rest of the ship. So it gives you an idea of sort of where they are on the tech tree, if you like. Touch it, it'll be fine, says Nacho. It will not be fine. Do not touch fusion plasma. At scale, you fuse for a while, exhaust the result, insert fresh fuel, and run again, says Eric.
Aha, you see, that is the obvious answer, but then you run into the issue of the reason why we aren't using nuclear fusion already isn't because we can't make the fusion happen. It's because that in order to make it happen, we need to be able to heat up the fuel to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, which requires a significant energy input. If you exhaust the result, you're exhausting all of that input energy. You need to be able to retain the input energy in order to get positive nuclear fusion energy output. Meaning that you can't just exhaust the exhaust, you can't just vent it off into the atmosphere, because then you're losing the heat. So how do you get the heat out of the exhaust? You can't, because if you try to touch it by putting it through a heat exchanger, for example, you melt the heat exchanger, because I will remind you, hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius.
Mm-hmm.
You can't touch the exhaust, but you need to pull the energy back out of it.
For those wondering about the temperature scale here, the materials that can withstand the highest heat that any temperature can remain solid is like a few thousand Celsius for some sort of ceramics, I'm sure. Metals are limited. I think tungsten is something like 5,000 Celsius. We're talking hundreds of millions here. So it would just instantly become vapor. Or, well, not vapor even, plasma. So putting it up to something is impossible. So how are they constraining it in the first place? Using magnetic fields. Very strong ones.
Yes.
And that's what this is doing. So nothing is touching it. And I figure, Ginger, that probably is where the solution is, if there is one, is using that to somehow get the heat to do something useful, which is, I think, what these guys are doing.
Well, the problem... Okay. What Helion are doing is they are taking plasma and they are heating it up, not by applying heat to the gases to create the plasma, from what I could tell, they are converting kinetic energy into thermal energy by literally just firing it at each other. And then the energy that is being produced is as a consequence of the fusion reaction producing a lot of energy, which in turn creates an expansion of the gases, pushing a magnetic field through coils, which induces an electronic field. Or electronic current, I should say. So that all makes sense. I don't know if they are currently operating on positive energy output compared to energy input.
They are, hugely.
Well, that's good to hear. And I
More than
don't
any other
know
fusion
how
project.
they're dealing with the. I don't know how they're dealing with the consequential hundreds of millions of degrees worth of gases, or plasma, I should say. Presumably, they're just venting the exhaust, because that's the only thing that I can really think of that you can do with plasma exhaust. You just kind of too hot to handle, don't handle it, vent it. That's the traditional method of dealing with any kind of hot exhaust. You just dump it into the environment and let the hot spread over a wide area until it's no longer hot.
Okay, let's have a look at this. So, formation. Deuterium and helium-3, I couldn't remember that earlier. Fuel is heated to plasma conditions. Magnets confine the plasma in a field reversed configuration. And then fires down, acceleration. Magnets accelerate 2 FRCs to 1 million mile per hour from opposite ends of the generator. They collide in the center. When the FRCs collide in the center of the system, they are further compressed by a powerful magnetic field until they reach fusion temperatures greater than 100 million degrees Celsius. So forcing a huge amount of matter like this together in simple configuration, like helium and whatever it is exactly what I think what you're saying, Ginger, is converting kinetic into, or is it? Either way, it's pressing it together so that you're going to get fusion events happening within the plasma, which is going to create additional energy. Okay. I expect that's what they're doing. Go on.
I can explain here. So, do you know how hot the temperature? Do you know how high the temperature is in the center of the sun?
Millions of Celsius. Not this much, though.
Yes, it's tens of millions of degrees, considerably smaller than what this is. And the reason why our fusion reactors have to get up to hundreds of millions of degrees, whereas the sun is able to do nuclear fusion at much lower temperatures, is because fusion occurs under the combination of 2 combined factors: temperature and pressure. If you have higher pressure, you don't need to have as high temperature. If you have sufficiently high temperature, you don't need to have sufficiently high pressure.
Yes,
the majority of the majority of what the sun is using in order to perform nuclear fusion is pressure. Temperature plays a relatively small part of that.
Yeah.
In the case of Helion here, they are using the vast majority of the effort in applying temperature, but this application of high pressure for the tiniest hint of a split of a second would be sufficient to produce a spike in the amount of fusion reactions occurring.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are making use of pressure in addition to temperature. And I'm going to hazard a guess that the vast majority of this quote-unquote compression is in fact being generated by these 2 lumps of plasma smashing into each other, rather than it being actively held there for any reasonable amount of time.
Well, it's milliseconds at most, I think. It may be even less than that. But yes, that is kind of what I meant, that you've got so many particles, highly energetic, very close together and compressed closer, that you're going to start getting fusion events. Now, remind me, is it they're overcoming the strong nuclear force, the one that keeps atoms apart, or is it the weak nuclear force? I think the weak is keeping the components together, and the strong keeps them apart from each other. Is that the wrong way around? I forget those two.
I believe the weak nuclear force is the one that keeps the particles in the nucleus together, and the strong nuclear force overpowers the weak nuclear force.
That's what I thought. So the strong keeps them apart. So they're trying to overcome the strong nuclear force. So with, as you said, high pressure and high energy, so high heat, the particles are moving around so violently in such an enclosed space, they're going to overcome that and get fusion events where they fuse together and change their structure, but then release a bunch of energy. So it keeps everything really, really hot in this tiny compressed area and really high energy, which means that it is going to be producing more energy than you put in, but of course it changes the composition of the material from the helium-3 and deuterium you put in, which are very good for fusion, I think, apparently, supposedly, into something else which is less good for it, which is, in this case, I guess it would be just hydrogen or, I don't know, some other material which is less fusible.
When it comes to helium-3 plus deuterium, the reason why that is an output of energy when you fuse it is because you are taking two relatively unstable materials, and you are allowing them to interact within a high energy environment such that they reformulate themselves in a way until they achieve a more stable configuration. Whenever a material goes from a less stable configuration to a more stable configuration, the release of energy is a consequence. In the case of hydrogen and helium, the most stable configurations of hydrogen and helium...
We got the wrong way around. The strong nuclear force is the binding one. The weak nuclear force is the repelling one. I figured I might have it the wrong way around. Go on, sorry.
They're both called the nuclear force. It's pretty easy to get them mixed up. But anyway, continuing. The hydrogen is most stable when it is a single proton and a single electron. Deuterium is still stable, but it is less stable than just regular hydrogen. Deuterium is when you have regular hydrogen, but you shove an extra neutron in there.
Deuterium, for those that are curious, is all over the place. It's very, very common in seawater, so it's a very easy fuel to use.
It's about 1 in 100 atoms of hydrogen is actually deuterium or something along those lines.
Yeah, just extremely abundant.
Extremely common. Extremely abundant. Nowhere near as abundant as actual just regular old hydrogen, however. Helium is similar. Regular old helium is 2 neutrons and 2 protons in making up an atom. Helium-3 is 2 protons but only 1 neutron. The reason why deuterium plus helium-3 produces energy is because the less stable form of helium, aka helium-3, and the less stable form of hydrogen, aka deuterium, are swapping a neutron from the deuterium to the helium, resulting in both atoms gaining stability and therefore outputting energy.
Makes sense.
This is where the energy from nuclear fusion occurs from.
So would that produce hydrogen and helium, just the basic form of both, as an output?
Yes, it does.
Cool. So yeah, I was on the money, but you were more specific. Thank you, Ginger. Let's continue with demonstration. When the FRCs collide in the center of the system, they are further compressed, as we discussed. And then go to the next stage. At this temperature, the deuterium and helium-3 ions are moving fast enough to overcome the forces that would otherwise keep them apart, and they fuse. This releases more energy than is consumed by the fusion process. As new fusion is created, the plasma expands. As the plasma expands, it pushes back on the magnetic field from the machine's magnets. By Faraday's law, the change in field induces current. Now, that's something I'm not going to try to understand, but it's very cool that it does, which is directly recaptured as electricity, allowing Helion's fusion generator to skip the steam cycle, which is not too bad in efficiency, but isn't that efficient.
Okay, I can explain this one in incredibly simple terms for you.
Okay.
The Faraday law, change in field current, yada, 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 that's all just a simple consequence of when a magnetic field passes through metal, it pushes the electrons through the metal, therefore generating electricity. The expanding plasma field from the functionally nuclear fusion detonation that occurs within this reactor causes the plasma to be pushed back against the magnetic fields. because the magnetic fields are being pushed back through an electrical wire, that produces electricity. It's incredibly simple as a concept. If you use electricity to create a magnet, and then you can use electricity to push a magnetic field through a wire. You can use something else to push a magnetic field through a wire to produce electricity. It's much in the same way that you can.
Cool.
It's very similar to the principle of how an electric motor works compared to a generator. If you take an electric motor and you spin it manually with your finger, you will produce electricity. You turn a motor into a generator and vice versa just by changing what's making the pushing happen.
Like regenerative braking.
Correct.
So push it back on the magnetic field, generates electricity, and then it's stored. So I think I looked into it at some point, and in order to do this, in order to have the initial massive burst of energy to put into this thing, they have this array of very bespoke capacitors. It's very, very impressive stuff. I couldn't explain exactly, but they're like some of the best in the world capacitors, most energy dense, and they just exhaust a huge amount of power into this thing all at once to generate this plasma. And it's the amount of power that you'd think, how could you ever give that away for so little? But it because it's making fusion, because it's taking the fun, because the only way you get energy in large quantities in this world is by wasting something, by breaking something. Using matter is so dense that if you want to get energy out of it, it's the best way to do it. Burning something is an okay way of doing it. Using nuclear fissions is a better way of doing it, but fusion is even better than that. So you use that matter, you make it into a lower energy state, and you harness that energy directly. And that's what they're doing here. You just get a little bit more than you put in, even though you put in a lot. And so this is one of those things where it's either fucking genius and will be the future of power generation, or it's a very elaborate hoax, scam, or failure. Because this has been going for years, and a lot of people have had eyes on this. They've let people into the facility. They keep building bigger ones. They keep getting more and more positive energy output, and they're way over 100%, by the way, way over. It's looking quite promising with this thing, much more than any other nuclear fusion project. And looking at this, I just kind of feel sorry for the guys at ITER, whatever, because they're building like warehouse-size machines. They're building, is it a tokamak or a stellarator? I can't remember which. I think it's a tokamak. Just a colossal, like 100 meters high or more. And they're expecting less power output from that than this is getting now, as far as I recall. And this is vastly cheaper, at least it seems to be.
Okay. The important question that needs to be asked in regard to any given nuclear fusion reactor is, are you getting more energy than you put in, or are you getting more energy than you used?
Mm.
The key difference there being, yes, it is relatively easy to put more energy into the fusion fuel and then get even more energy out of it post-nuclear fusion event. However, it is exceedingly difficult to get more energy out of the machine than what you put into the machine.
Yeah. There'll be overheads, and you also have to make or otherwise extract the fuel in the first place. As far as I'm aware, these guys are beyond 100% system-wide, as I recall from watching their stuff. I think they have a breeder reactor or whatever it's called before this stage that makes the fuel as well, but they're still positive even given that.
So something that is worth pointing out here, by the way, a major reason why this reactor design is likely to have the edge over the standard stellarator or tokamak reactor design is specifically because they are using a form of nuclear fusion input fuel that doesn't require the output of excess neutrons. So With the Stellarator and tokamak reactor designs, the way they work is they produce a continuous ball of plasma. And that ball of plasma is fusing not deuterium and helium-3, but tritium and helium-3.
Tritium's much rarer and more dangerous.
Indeed it is. Tritium is inherently radioactive. If you just leave it to do its own thing, it will just gradually spit out neutrons on a regular basis. It has a half-life. Now, the reason why they use tritium instead of deuterium is because the way a tokamak or Stellarator reactor actually produces the energy is when the helium-3 fuses with the tritium, it produces not a perfect transfer of one neutron from one atom to another atom. It produces that plus one extra neutron that goes flying off in a high energy state. This neutron plus is emitted in high energy by the plasma cloud within a tokamak or Stellarator reactor design. The reason why this is necessary is because that neutron proceeds to fly out of the nuclear fusion reactor and is caught by what is known as a beryllium jacket that exists on the outside of the reactor design.
Beryllium's nasty stuff as well. You don't want to work around it, which is why they've been trying to get rid of it, replace it with something else.
Indeed. But unfortunately for all of the biologists in the world, beryllium is also a truly magnificent material for the express purpose of capturing and slowing down neutrons. And what happens when beryllium captures a neutron? It drains the kinetic energy out of it. That kinetic energy has to be turned into something. That kinetic energy is turned into heat. The beryllium jacket has water pipes flowing through it. The beryllium gets hot. The water pipes get hot. A nuclear fusion reactor following the tokamak or Stellarator design protocol is just another fucking kettle.
Yeah. I'm actually related to someone who developed a material that would take the place of beryllium, I think, or at least it would be involved. Revolutionary stuff. But I can't tell you guys much more because it would be too much information. Still, I therefore have sort of a connection to fusion power, and it is interesting to me anyway. But yeah, the tokamaks and accelerators are older ways of doing fusion, which I've never observed much promise there. This actually does look promising, though. See what else they've got on their site on this. Okay. Magneto-inertial fusion technology, aspects of confinement. Then there's technical resources, and that's the end. I thought there'd be more, actually. We could look at FAQ, actually. Okay. Fusion. What's different about the approach? Isn't a fundamental physics problem, but an emerging problem that will be solved by building, testing, and iterating fusion systems and subsystems. That's all very marketing speak. A pulse non-ignition fusion system. I want to know about your breeder reactor. Why has anyone tried the approach before? They theorized an approach like helions in the late 1950s. However, those brilliant scientists were working in a world without transistors or modern computers and couldn't prove their concepts. Technology advancements in computers, power electronics, and nanosecond fiber optic networking have allowed pioneering concepts to be reimagined and made in reality. That doesn't explain why no one tried it before. They could have tried it 10 years ago, but maybe it wasn't 10 years.
That is an impressive number of buzzwords they've managed to fit into a single sentence there. Well done.
This is the part I want to see. Where is helium going to get helium-3? Helium-3 is an ultra-rare isotope of helium that is difficult to find on Earth and is used in quantum computing and critical medical imaging. Fortunately, helium-3 is also produced as a result of deuterium-deuterium fusion. Helion will produce helium-3 by fusing deuterium in its fusion generators, utilizing a patented high-efficiency closed fuel cycle. Are we talking about a different kind of fusion generator here that's just making fuel maybe inefficiently? I mean, if it's efficient overall, that's worth it, but probably.
Well, nuclear fusion is the name of the process that combines any atom into a heavier atom. Yeah. So If they are creating a nuclear fusion reactor for the express purpose of taking two deuteriums and smooshing them together, well, that's certainly a way to get. That's certainly a way to get some deuterium and helium-3, I suppose.
Yeah, it would be very impressive because it's common material. Helium-3 has historically been very difficult to produce. Scientists have even discussed going to the moon to mine helium-3 where it can be found in much higher abundance. Helion's new process means we can produce helium-3 ourselves, no space travel required. Today, Helion produces a very small amount of helium-3. In future systems, we will increase helium-3 output to be used in our fuel cycle. Okay.
Yes, that is one of the fundamental problems with helium, by the way, helium-3 specifically. It has always run into the issue of you just can't get enough of the stuff to run commercially viable nuclear fusion reactors under most circumstances.
But they have developed a way to generate it from just deuterium with a process that I suspect is not energy positive, but is less energy negative than the main process is positive, then that's that problem solved.
It'd be certainly interesting if they've managed to crack that particular code, but I have my doubts.
Well, that's
it's
the thing
just
is
it's just so unbelievably difficult to get overall energy positive reactions when dealing with nuclear fusion because you need to deal with the exhaust and you can't deal with it without venting it. And if you're venting it, you're losing the input heat. It's just a simple fact of physics. You can't extract the heat that you put into the fuel, and you have to put the heat in, or else you can't do the nuclear fusion.
I would guess what they're doing is they're letting the plasma actually cool to the point that it no longer produces energy using the magnetic fields, and then exhausting it.
Say that again?
I would guess that what they're doing is once the plasma is there in the middle and it's hot and it's compressed, the fusion happens and gradually it cools and they are extracting energy from it the whole time, but once it's cool enough that they can't extract energy from it anymore, then they're exhausted, which would mean that they retain and use most, if not almost all of that heat, as you mentioned.
No, that's not what they would be doing, at least according to the marketing stuff that we've just read over. The way they are producing the energy is by the explosion of additional pressure generated by many additional nuclear fusion reactions when the two balls of plasma collide.
Yeah.
What this means is that there is going to be a momentary pressure wave during which the magnetic fields are pushed back through electrical coils. That is where they are getting their energy from. The actual heat of the plasma itself, they haven't made any mention of how they're extracting the heat from that plasma. So I can only presume that that heat is being lost. And if that heat is being lost, and from the look of that reactor design, I can't see any way in which they're reclaiming that potential heat. I don't. There's no logical way in which they are making use of that excess thermal energy.
But Ginger, the magnetic fields are the thing confining the plasma. Otherwise, it would just burn the entire building down. They're the thing confining the plasma. So, as long as it's confining it, the plasma is pushing against the magnetic field, and thus producing a small amount of energy. At minimum, a small amount.
No.
Okay.
You can't produce energy by just continuously pushing on something.
See, that's the part I was confused about initially, how they're doing that.
Okay. The magnetic fields are being used to fire the plasma like a gun into a central chamber. The kinetic energy imparted onto the plasma is then being used to produce pressure, which creates a spike in nuclear fusion events, which would create a spike in the amount of thermal energy within the plasma, which would then cause that plasma to want to expand. That expanding wave would push back against the magnetic fields. As the magnetic fields are pushed back, they will pass through electrical coils, generating a spike of electricity that could be captured. That is the process that they're using here. If you have magnets pushing onto a ball of plasma and that ball of plasma isn't changing size, you are not generating electricity.
I don't think I'm going to fully understand this. I think I need to look into it more deeply, and I don't have the background to understand it immediately. But it just seems to me that if the field is compressing it down and it's holding it there, the field is holding it there, then as long as it does need to hold it there, then the field is pushing, the thing is pushing against it. And I don't know I don't understand the distinction between pushing against it and pushing against it in a way that generates power.
Okay. Analogy time. Let's say
is it electrically charged when it hits or something? Is that why it can push and then it's not afterwards? Go on, sorry.
Replace the ball of plasma with another magnet. Imagine for a moment you have on your desk in front of you two magnets. You push one into the other, poles matching. The act of you pushing that one magnet, North Pole towards North Pole, you are putting energy into the system.
Yes.
If you then let go of that magnet, that energy will then be released by the magnet being pushed back by the two opposing poles.
Yes.
If you then proceed to move that magnet into place and then you superglue it to hold it there, you are not inputting or extracting any energy from that system. There is potential energy contained within it.
Yes, that makes sense.
But there is no energy being created, nor destroyed, nor changed in form.
Yep.
When you contain the plasma using magnetic fields, you push against the plasma, but then you hold the plasma in place with the magnetic fields. Whilst the plasma in the magnetic fields is being held in place, there is no energy being created by the plasma pushing back. In much the same way that if you are not allowing the magnets to push against each other, if you are holding them in place, there is no energy being produced there either. Does that make sense?
What you're saying does make sense, but I'm not sure that it applies because there's fuckloads of heat trying to push against the magnet all the time, and that is producing, like, that's your potential, but
that would be produce
energy.
That would be producing pressure, but it would not be producing energy. And the reason why it would not be producing energy is because in order to extract energy from something, you need to move a magnetic field, or you need to move something through a magnetic field.
I think this is the part of the machine I'm the least clear about. I have asked an AI, and I'm going to read out what it said, but it might be incorrect. It says the heat doesn't get wasted as leftover warmth the way it does in most power plants. It says it's turned straight into electricity in a clever way that skips the usual wasteful step. It says here, they make two blobs of super hot gas called plasma.
That AI is wrong.
Okay.
I know.
It may be.
It has just... The usual wasteful step is the steam cycle that they mentioned in the process.
Yeah.
And the steam cycle is specifically the use of taking the excess heat, using it to boil water, and in doing so creating pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure of the boiled water is then released by allowing it to turn a turbine. They are not doing that with helium because the turbine is ultimately used to spin a magnet next to a bunch of electrical coils, which is where you get the electricity from.
Yeah.
Helion are not using a spinning turbine to push a magnetic field through a coil of wire. Instead, the very plasma itself is pushing against the magnetic field through the coil of wire.
That's
they
what
are
it's saying.
skipping the step of boiling. They are skipping the step of boiling liquid. However, that is absolutely nothing to do with the temperature.
Okay, I think that's basically what it's saying here. So it says strong magnets squeeze the two blocks together really hard. That squeeze makes them fuse and release a bunch of energy. The fusion makes the plasma even hotter, so it wants to explode outward and expand fast. The key part, instead of letting that hot plasma just sit there and cool off, or using the heat to boil water like in normal power plants, Helion lets the expanding plasma push back hard against the same magnets that squeezed it. That push changes the magnetic field, which creates an electric current in the magnet coils, exactly like how regenerative braking in an electric car turns motion back into battery power. The electricity flows back into the big capacitor that powers the next pulse.
This is all correct and accurate.
Okay, so this is what I thought. Go on.
You then have leftover hot plasma that needs to be dealt with.
But how hot?
Once it is expanded back out again, that hundreds of millions of degrees.
Yes, I know, but however hot it is, if it's so hot, it's got so much energy, it's pushing against the magnetic field, which is, I think, what this is describing. Then there's a point at which it's not pushing anymore, and at that point, it can't do any useful work for you anyway. At that point, it probably is a lot cooler than it was initially. That's what I was originally asking.
Be a lot cooler now. Okay, when we're talking about hundreds of millions of degrees here, we are talking about hundreds of millions of degrees, specifically 120 million degrees to hundreds of millions of degrees within the realm of like 110 million degrees. It's not considerably cooler. It's maybe 1% cooler because a small amount of that thermal potential energy has been converted into kinetic energy via pushing the magnetic field through coils. You still have waste plasma, exhaust plasma that is still at hundreds of millions of degrees. That is a lot of energy that you have just put into the plasma to get it up to temperature. It has done the reaction, and then all of that's just sitting there not doing anything. And you can't extract it because to extract it, you need to touch it, and to touch it, you will melt whatever you touch it with.
Okay, I think the part that we need to figure out, is the gradient of temperature at which it no longer does work. If you compressed it hard enough, it would do work until it was no longer hot enough to be significantly dangerous or significantly wasteful to exhaust. You just need a stronger magnetic field, and I think that's what they're doing. What they're doing. It does cool down as it does work, and all of the energy in the plasma, including the extra from the fusion, is used to push the magnetic fields and produce energy. If they just keep strengthening the magnetic fields, it'll just push harder and keep pushing it down. Then the temperature would stay the same, but the reactivity would decrease until then they can start releasing it, and the heat will drop precipitously at that point, at which point they've used all the useful work heat they've got in the thing. That's my interpretation of it. I might be wrong, though. It seems like the AI says the same thing.
You're thinking that as you increase the temperature, as you increase the pressure, you also increase the temperature. As you increase the pressure and the temperature, you get more nuclear reactions. This is true until you have expended your fuel.
Yes.
This is true until you have expended your fuel. My understanding of the situation is that the fuel would have been completely expended within the first microsecond of this reaction having taken place.
Right, that might be where the difference is here. Because I'm not sure
it's not a continuous nuclear fusion. Tokamak and stellarator reactors sustain fusion for multiple seconds, if not minutes at a time.
Yeah.
The whole idea of the Helion energy is that they are producing detonations that occur in a split second. They are creating a detonation of pure nuclear fusion energy, which completely expends all of that nuclear fuel packet immediately, producing a tremendous amount of energy, which is then immediately recaptured by the expanding plasma wave pushing against magnetic fields.
Yes.
But you still have hot leftover waste plasma.
Yes, but the heat is useful. It does work. So if it's hot, yes, you're getting more heat from the fusion than you put in. That's the point. But it's still hot even after it's done fusing. And it's still therefore doing work by pushing against the field. Especially if you push harder with the field to keep the heat higher. I'm not sure why it wouldn't.
If you're... Okay. The hot fusion gases, they will push back against the magnetic field, yes. But they will only be able to do so for a set period of time. Not all of the temperature will be expended by the time it has finished pushing against those magnetic fields. It's worth bearing in mind here that we are talking about an amount of compression, temperature, and expansion that all of this would happen within a range of maybe 1 to 2 million degrees that are all well above the threshold of 100 million degrees Celsius. All of this is occurring at such a high level. In order for all of this to occur, you need to put in sufficient energy to bring the floor of the reactions up to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. It then all happens at hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. And once you've got there, you then have useless, extremely hot plasma at hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Everything useful occurs past 100 million degrees Celsius.
Yes. I may be wrong, but I think...
The thing that continues to be useless is the now fully fused fuel, also known as the exhaust, that is... You're finished with it. It's done. You can't do anything with it, Mel. Well, look, you can't do anything more with it other than extracting heat. And you can't extract the heat because to do so, you need to touch it. If you touch it, you melt because it's 100 million degrees Celsius. So,
yeah. I think I don't think I have the background to continue the discussion. Really, you probably know more about this than I do, but I am still unsure on some things. I think we'll move on, but I do appreciate the input on this, and I do think that this thing is plausible. But you may be right about your doubts. I do have another thing from the AI, but I won't read it now. We'll move on instead. How dare you, Achilles? It is an honest move. I mean, I put my position forward. I don't have the backing to understand whether Ginger actually responded is correct. But I think maybe a part of the distinction here, Ginger, is just an understanding of where the gradient is, because we're dealing with very high numbers here and very short times. So it might be that the actual gradient for where you can extract power from the thing ends up being at a sensible place. They're saying that they can extract 95% of the energy they put in, even before you take into account the fusion. So it sounds like they are extracting the heat energy somehow. At least they say they can.
They definitely aren't.
Okay.
From all of the stuff that I have seen from Helion, they are extracting the energy from the pressure wave generated by the nuclear fusion event occurring within the plasma. That is where all of the energy extraction is coming from. The pressure of the helium plasma spikes when you compress it. It then pushes back. It then pushes back against the magnetic field, pushing the magnetic field through coils. That generates your power. Your power is only generated when a magnetic field travels through a coil of wire. That is the only circumstance under which any nuclear power plant actually produces energy.
Okay.
A magnetic field has to travel through a coil of wire.
Okay, I think I get something now that you may have been trying to explain before. Pushing against it doesn't do anything. It moving does something. So you can't just press it harder.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Correct. 100% correct.
Okay. You do sometimes have a slightly long-winded way of explaining things, Ginger. I don't think I missed that in what you were saying. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. That I can see where you're coming from then. But again, I think it does come down to gradients, and it comes down to how much heat they can extract from that before it's no longer doing work.
They are not trying to extract any heat from the plasma.
I know, but how much heat it loses in the work it does moving the field. I don't know how much it is, but maybe it's enough that they do retain a large amount of the energy they put in, but I don't know.
My extremely generous estimate would be that the plasma cools down by maybe 10% in the process of going through its expansion phase.
Okay.
If I was being more realistic, it would be closer to 1 to 5%. You're still dealing with a leftover plasma that is measurable within the realm of 100 million degrees Celsius. And the key issue that makes fusion economically unviable is that in order for any cycle of nuclear fusion to occur, you first have to input energy to raise the floor of the reaction temperature up to 100 million degrees Celsius. If you do not get it up to that temperature, you cannot begin the process of creating moving magnetic fields which are required to produce energy from the nuclear fusion.
So, this AI might be wrong, but what it's saying is almost exactly what I thought it did. We'll look into this more later. I thank you for your input, Ginger. You might be completely right. Let's move on for now.
Okay.
Right. This is Swalwell. Do you remember who this is, Ginger? From the name.
All I know about this particular case is that he had an affair with somebody called Sucky Sucky Bang Bang.
Something like that, yes. I think she was called Fang Bang, something like that. Chinese, probably government spy. Almost certainly. Anna Polilula here says, I'm being told that there will be more disgusting stuff coming out on Swalwell in the next 24 hours. For the members of Congress who are concerned about optics on expelling Swalwell, who's been expelled from the House, I think, or the Senate, I think the House. I think after the information drops, you will be thinking otherwise, she says. Eric, why don't you tell us a little bit about who was filming the video of the female sex worker? This is a scandal we're about to hit, I expect. It might be fun. What's this, Sick Puppy? Swalwell actor Jane Swap. Okay, thank you. I'll have a look at this. That looks like it might be interesting. The dude that farted on live TV while in TV. I didn't know that bit. That's law. Okay, so no more taxpayer-funded congressional slush fund, it says. Washington, D.C. U.S. Representative Paul Gosar released the following statement after introducing the Stopping Wasteful Allowances for Lawmaker Wrongdoing and Ensuring Legal Liability Act, or the Swalwell Act. That's good. A direct strike against Washington's culture of corruption, secrecy, and self-protection. For decades, the swamp in Washington, D.C. has predicted its own, letting corrupt politicians bury misconduct behind closed doors while sticking taxpayers with the bill. I'm noticing the EM dashes in this. Are you noticing the EM dashes in this? Maybe that is standard procedure for US politicians, but maybe an AI wrote this. If it did, it's still the only way intended. Yeah, go on.
By the way, this is a delightful and a textbook example of something called a backronym.
Yes.
An acronym is a word that is used to describe something that is much longer. An acronym is something like, for example, NASA. A backronym is where you specifically craft a name using a specific series of words in order to have an acronym of that series of words that spell something funny. And this is a perfect example of such. I applaud whoever came up with this.
I personally think backronyms are cringe, but that doesn't always mean you shouldn't use them. If the good outweighs how cringe it is, then it can be worth it. In this case, I think it narrowly does. So I'm okay with this. Most backronyms, I think the cringe outweighs the benefit. But this one's okay. It kind of works as well.
They are much like your mum jokes.
Yeah, indeed.
Occasionally they're worth it. Usually not very.
Preventing elected leaders from owning securities and investments, or the Pelosi Act. See, That works. That fits. It's plausibly what you might have called it even if it wasn't a backronym. Same with this. Stop paying wasteful allowances for lawmaker wrongdoing and ensuring legal liability act. Pelosi's better, but this is fine. This works. Natchez, this is fucked up because they've known about this for years, but they don't do anything about it until he doesn't do what his party wants and they use it against him. One nation under blackmail. That's sort of how power works, unfortunately. That's how it's always worked. It is definitely regrettable, but at least something's happening eventually. At least it doesn't get covered up forever. Let's continue. If a member of Congress or professional staff breaks the law or abuses their position, they should pay the price themselves, not the American people, and not in secret. The Swalwell Act slams the door on taxpayer-funded hush money. It bans the use of federal dollars for misconduct settlements and forces members and professional staff to pay every penny out of their own pockets. How was that not already the policy? No bailouts, no pass-throughs, no campaign fund loopholes, no excuses. Lawmakers will have to certify under oath that they didn't use public money to cover their tracks. Sounds good to me. There may be something I'm missing from this, and maybe more in the bill. I don't know, but that sounds good to me. The bill also rips the curtain back on decades of buried abuse. Let's fucking hope so. It creates a public searchable database naming those who settled or were found liable. Oh, decades of them thinking that they would just be hidden, that they'd get away with it, and now it's going to come to the surface. Well, again, can only hope something comes of this more than what already is. Giving people information is good, but it's not enough. You need procedures that work, that can punish people who are responsible, but it's a good start. Including how much they paid and why, while fully protecting victims. It exposes every taxpayer-funded payout going back to 1995, finally revealing the true scale of this congressional slush fund. Just as importantly, it ensures that potential crimes can't be swept under the rug. Any allegation of criminal conduct must be sent straight to the Department of Justice, no NDAs, no internal deals, no delays. Washington, D.C. doesn't get to police itself in secret anymore. I like this. I could maybe see some vague downsides from a sort of power politics perspective, but no, I think given the situation, I think this is for the best. For those who try to game the system, the penalties are severe, at least double damages and ethics investigations enforced by the Attorney General. Again, you got to enforce it. You got to enforce it, but this is a good first step. That shows, why does he look so retarded in that picture? Oh, because he's a Democrat, my mistake. But he looks like he's got downs.
Yeah, that looks like he was making a noise somewhere along the lines of as it was being taken.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, I wonder what her motive was for being with him. Oh, bless her, she's kind of cute for a chink. She's not bad, but given what she almost certainly was doing, I don't think it's worth it.
She kind of reminds me of Brenda Song.
Brenda Song? I don't know who that is.
Oh, the Asian girl from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
I don't know what that is. But Song would be a Korean name, right? And that's a chinker. Okay. It ends as follows. This is about ending the two-tiered system in Washington, D.C., where politicians play by their own rules. The Swalwell Act restores accountability, enforces transparency, and makes it clear if you betray the public trust, you will be exposed and you will pay for it, said Paul Gosar. Good. Really hard to find issues with that. Good. Even if it does nothing, it's still good that it exists there. As a stepping stone or as a precedent to be used later, something like that. Okay, I mean, I wonder, I'd like to hear a politician argue against this. There might be some sort of subtle argument I'm not seeing, but I think I'd need to have more knowledge about how the internals of Washington, D.C. work to extract any potential positive, but I expect it would be far outweighed by the benefits of doing this. All right, let's see what we've got next. This is interesting news. We said we wouldn't talk about Iran, but this seems major enough to talk about. Breaking: Iran folds, saying they will not test the US in the Strait of Hormuz. The US is sending battleships there to blockade it. Iran did threaten to attack them if they did, but apparently now they're saying they won't. This guy posted this meme: the illusion of free choice. either you can chimp out about what Trump does or you can trust the plan. Either way, Trump is still going to win. Now, that's very generous and optimistic. I don't think that is always the case. See Epstein, where really I don't think we're sure on what's happening, but it doesn't look good. However, in this case, it does actually seem to be going well for Trump in the last few days of news. What with the thing we saw earlier with the US oil. Go on, Ginger.
I personally consider Trump's entire presidency to be either a failure or a success based on whether or not he is able to decrease the number of migrants by 1%. So far as I'm aware, the number of migrants in the US has not decreased by 1%. I might be wrong.
We did cover something earlier where it's
he
a
hasn't
lot
actually.
Oh, you mean
he has?
Okay, go on.
The number of migrants who are in the US, not coming into the US, the number of migrants already in the US has not decreased. He has staunched the bleed. He has not repaired the problem. And until he does, I consider him a failure.
That's fair, I think. To reword maybe for clarity, because I didn't understand this at first, what Ginger I think means is people in the US who shouldn't be being removed. Ginger wants more than 1% of that number to be removed. 1% is a pretty mild place to start, and I see where you're coming from, Ginger. I don't know if he has hit 1% yet, but he might have done. He has been doing a lot of work on deportations, but the numbers aren't that high yet. I think they're currently in the hundreds of thousands or low millions. Which would be, I think that if it's low millions, it would be over 100%. It would be over 1%. But it's not enough yet.
I'm not sure it's reached 1%.
Have a look, actually.
A lot of times, I really hope I'm wrong when I say pessimistic statements, and this is one of those times.
As of April 2025, okay, so I was off. Apparently, as of April 2025. The Trump admin claims it's been 140,000. So, if we're looking for, and I think you're probably right, can be right, Ginger. If we assume 30 million need to be deported, 30 million divided by 140,000. Oh, that's not a percentage. But I think if you then divide by 100 by that, it is less than that.
You want to do it the other way around. You want to do 140,000 divided by 30 million.
But I think that's probably the right result. Yeah, that's not. That's about half of 1%.
No, that's significantly less than half of 1%. That's
1 would be its equal. So then 0.1 is a tenth. 0.01 is 1%. So we're almost half of 1%.
Okay, yeah. Not quite half of 1%.
Yeah, that's within the scale of your original statement being quite right there, Ginger. And I think that's
until he has successfully managed the deportation of 1%, I consider his election to have been a failure for the American people, and I lament it greatly.
The 30 million figure is debatable, but I've heard 40 million pushed as a sort of maximum high end of what you would want to deport. 140,000 is what they claim. It may be more, but this is what Wikipedia is saying they claim. So there's other factors that could adjust this. But yeah, that is about half of 1% of what should have been deported so far. That's roughly what everyone's saying the whole time. It's like, yeah, it's a good start. Like the principle is there, the drive. Maybe he's doing all he can. So I'm not sure about that, but it's not enough yet. It's been just over 1 year. If he continues at this pace, he might just hit 2% by the end of his term, but that's optimistic, assuming that he hasn't so far been going for the lower hanging fruit. That this was the easiest half of 1% to achieve. But the harder amount continues from there. and that it'll slow down, not speed up during his presidency, which I would actually put at a greater chance. I hate to be pessimistic, but I'm agreeing with you, Ginger. Only 40 million. Yep. Last I heard, Corinne says it's a failure unless he gets rid of all 50 million.
That's a bit of an ask.
50 million is a lot, yeah. I mean, 30 million in one term is probably impossible. Like, probably physically impossible. Or close to it. But you'd have thought he could get rid of a few million. At this rate, it will be 1 million. Maybe. So, yeah. It needs to be faster. The thing is, it's always going to be a multi-president, maybe even multi-generational project. Deadem says, does that include self-deportation? Good question. So if we go, Trump administration has claimed that around 140,000 people have been deported as of April 2025, though some estimates put the number at roughly half that. CNN reported that US Immigration and Customs Enforcement alone had deported nearly 200,000 people in 7 months since Trump returned to office. By January 2026, oh wait, that was April 2025. By January 2026, the number of people which ICE alone deported rose to roughly 540,000. Okay, I was being retarded there. That was my mistake. By January 2026, which is a few months ago, 540,000, and that's just ICE. Okay, I take back a large amount of what I just said. Let's do the maths again. If it's 540,000, we are at 1.8%. And that's just ICE. So that is their own numbers. And that is based on 30 million. But even if it's 40 million, we're still over 1%. If their numbers are correct. And that's just ICE deportations.
Okay, so if we extrapolate this, then it would take 300 years, 200 years for Trump to successfully solve the problem at his current rate. Quicker than I thought, actually.
I like you want to deport. Let's say it's 30 million because that's the more common one I've heard. You want to deport ultimately 30 million ideally. If you deported the first 5 million, you probably get rid of, per equal distribution, you probably get rid of about 50% of the problem just by deporting the first 8th of them, right? So it's you get, a lot of the problem is solved by the earliest amount. So if it's 200 years to do the whole thing, if your maths is correct there, then in the first 10 years you could do half the problem, maybe that kind of thing. But and also lowest hanging fruit, it'll be faster at the start, which actually doesn't help the maths. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and even with these numbers, the new improved numbers, it's still not really fast enough, is it? We're comparing it against 30 million, which is decades of build-up. In 1 year, the logistical and just sheer scale of this operation has been impressive. If we were talking about wanting to get rid of 1 decade of over-immigration, let's say it was 10 million, it would be much more impressive. We can't take away from how impressive the feat itself is, and maybe it is the fastest we can work. But it's still not early enough in total. There's still a lot more to be done, and it will have to be a multi-presidential process, I think. So self-deportations will also be a lot as well. Is that listed in here? Self-deported. October 27th, 2025, DHS press release claimed that more than 2 million people have been removed from the country. And that's October last year, so it's more now, with 527,000 being deported, while 1.6 million voluntarily self-deported. This is actually sounding a bit better now, isn't it? If it's 2 million in total, then it's 6%.
We're up to 6%.
If their numbers are accurate and we're aiming for 30 million, that's not as bad as I thought, actually.
Okay. Now the question is, what's the value net?
What do you mean by that? Oh, including incoming. He's radically decreased incoming, But you're right. I don't know how many have come in. Let's have a look, actually. This might be hard to find. He was elected, inaugurated in the beginning of 2025. So 2025, US total immigrants. Quite a lot. Immigration trends shifted sharply in 2025. New arrivals dropping to 2.6 to 2.7 million. So more than have been deported. So net, it's still in the wrong direction. Total foreign-born population decreasing by over 1 million within 6 months due to deportation and departures. So new arrivals might not be foreign-born, or sorry, probably will be foreign-born, but it may not be the kind of people that you'd want to deport. Some of those might be good immigrants, though that's still, you can't really tell that, and that's optimistic. So there's 53.3 million total foreign-born residents in the US. I'm not sure if the goal is to deport all of those, because some of those are probably worth keeping, but the 2 million deported is the illegals. This counts legal immigrants departing as well. Okay. Yeah, hard to estimate that. A record number of people left the country. Okay, I tell you what, I'm going to do this properly, quote unquote properly. What are the total incoming and outgoing immigration, deportation, self-deportation, immigration, etc. numbers for the USA since Trump was elected? Let's see what it can do. And of any of the AI models to ask this, Grok would be the one I think would be best at it because it's less biased. It may take a little while for it to get this. Worst that can happen to the US is if the Republicans keep demoralizing and don't vote Republican for the midterm, Republicans forget pretty fast how bad it was under Biden, yeah. Well, they'll be reminded if they get another Democrat.
I sincerely believe that if another Democrat does get into power, then we will never actually see another Republican president. Like, we will never see another right-leaning president, full stop. At this point, we are at the point in politics within the Western Hemisphere that the left are starting to take totalitarian measures to prevent their power from being subverted ever again.
I think I would agree with the direction. I think the extent, the intensity is a little less extreme than you're saying, but yeah, no, I generally agree. Okay, so there's some caveats here, but it's giving us some numbers. Jan to September 2025 total. I don't know why it's not giving numbers after that. Okay, that's just border encounters. Okay, I just want your ultimate numbers here. I'm willing to trust you're working for now and just see what the ultimate numbers are. I appreciate all your clarifications, but right now I just need some numbers to work with. Please summarize the incoming and outgoing numbers for me. Overall incoming trend. Just give me numbers. It's still not giving me the actual numbers, total numbers. Please just give me the single total numbers for incoming and outgoing, even if they are estimates. Come on. Come on, AI. Okay, incoming. It's still not giving me overall. It's still not giving me overall numbers. Okay, combined outgoing total, nearly 3 million. Self-deportation, blah, blah, blah. Incoming, overall incoming, very low for irregular attempts. That's still not what I'm asking. Legal immigration, no precise single total release for this exact window. Annual levels continued in the range of 500 to 700,000. These numbers are very different from what we were seeing from the Google AI. I don't know, chat. I'm not getting very reliable numbers either way here. But in terms of deportations, not net, but gross deportations, according to ICE's numbers and assuming 30 million as the goal, he's deported 6.6%, which is pretty good. Net, it's hard to tell, but it looks like it might not even be in the right direction. However, the direction of the direction is in the right direction. So if we keep going like this, it will start to move back in the right direction. But I don't know.
The direction of the direction is in the right direction.
Yeah.
Good God, that was a sentence.
Yeah, you get like speed, and then you get acceleration, which is the growth of the speed. But then you can also get acceleration of the acceleration, which is growth of the speed. So it becomes exponential. That's what we're talking about here. The direction of people in or out is in the wrong direction, but it is gradually moving towards neutral since he got into office. So the direction of change is towards the right direction of change. The direction of change in the change is in the right direction of change towards where we want. Just to be simple. Yeah, indeed, Revlon. I would never understand, Revlon says, I would never understand how anyone on the right can think that allowing a party that literally says they want you dead on live TV to win is in any way preferable than voting for a candidate you think will be corrupt and inept. Yeah, I would, the thing is, the pendulum swings hard, you lose a lot this time, you get something more next time. I think, from an individual, rational perspective, there's no justifying not getting up and going to vote for the Republican when the Democrat is the alternative. There's no justifying it. But the way people operate, especially on a large scale, isn't like that. And I think evolutionarily we are prone to encourage the pendulum swinging not too little and not too much. And because of the somewhat of demoralization in MAGA because of Trump and his perceived failures, many of which are I think failures, or maybe, that mechanism is gonna reinitiate. Now I hope not. Maybe we get someone new that revitalizes MAGA, but it's probably going to be JD Vance, and he doesn't quite have the charisma of Trump. He would be a decent follow-up, but he wouldn't revitalize the movement. Trump has to redeem himself in the next 3 years, or things might get a lot worse. Ginger, you've advocated for accelerationism in the UK before. I don't know if you would in the US, but I think much like you're saying that if the Democrats win in the US, they won't get another Republican. I would say that's probably not true of the US, but it might be true of the UK. That we risk another 5 years of a bad party. We might not have a chance of a different one next, but I'm not sure. But I think either way, accelerationism is very fucking risky, but it might be inevitable.
The reason why I advocate for accelerationism within the UK is because I'm personally of the opinion that the generally mild-mannered nature of the average Brit would mean that accelerationism would largely just result in, very targeted actions taking place. In the US, I can't really advocate the same way because I get the distinct impression that accelerationism within that particular sphere would probably result in many good people losing their lives.
It is very hard to say. I don't put much stock in accelerationism in general, but I do understand that the pendulum swing is a sort of natural process. And as I've often said, the universe abhors stagnation and will use corruption and evil to break stagnation. It prefers that. So we may end up with the Democrats just because the Republicans aren't very enthralling. But then that might lead to someone stronger next time for the US who might be even better than Trump. Or just stronger than Trump, but actually does more harm than good, which I'm not sure. I think you do need someone stronger than Trump right now. But I don't know. There's too much behind the scenes for me to say that conclusively. It seems like it, though.
Just to be clear, by the way, when I refer to accelerationisms and certain actions taking place, I'm referring to things like the zero seats campaign for the Tories and similar radical political action that would result in a given a changing of political paradigm. I do not advocate for accelerationism within the realm of, yes, I want all of the people to hang. No, I think that would be just a bit too far, personally.
Yeah.
That goes beyond what I would consider to be reasonable action.
Well, need to put that up for a sec. Do not crime chat. It keeps fucking changing. I think we'll move on to the next story. But even as the direction of travel seemed pretty fixed about 6 months ago, it's changing again all across the Western world. But it may end up going in a better direction than it was before, or it may get much worse. It's been natural and safe to assume things will get worse for at least the last 10 years. But there will be a time where that starts to turn around. We may be in a blip now before it comes back again. The feeling of momentum and positive movement. We'll see. All right. Next up. All right. This is a video of Thomas Massey.
Report. And what we've discovered through my friend John Lott, who's an economist and a statistician and an author, is that there's inherent racism in the NICS background check system. Because it's sloppy and they check only phonetically similar names, when you go to purchase a gun, you can be deprived of purchasing that gun. And the appeals process can get messy to prove you're not the same person that they think is the person who's prohibited. It turns out if you're a Black American or Hispanic, you're far more likely to share a name phonetically with somebody who's a prohibited person who's been convicted of a crime of a year that has a punishment of a year or more.
The lack of imagination of non-whites in naming their children is racist against them. Heard it here first, folks. From Thomas Massey of all people. I've been saying for a while, I'm not too sure about this guy. I think I mentioned earlier that you could organize our sort of political side into tiers, where you've got the rhinos and Tories, US and UK, the bottom. In the middle, you've got someone like Trump and Farage, and a lot of others as well. And then you've got the sort of principal people who don't have necessarily much of a chance of getting in, but do have better opinions. Low, and I put Massey there, but that comes with an asterisk. I don't know enough about Massey I know more about Low than about Massey. A lot of stuff from Massey has been good, but it's been very sort of classic libertarian, which is not necessarily what you need. Libertarianism and that strong, almost blinkered focus on principles does not serve you very well in practice. The correct path through life is to stick to principles most of the time and then bend them when it is necessary. Bend them when the benefit outweighs the cost. Principles are what you do to preserve long-term benefit. They are actions that on aggregate produce better long-term benefit. They keep things going, keep things running and stable and healthy and truthful. But pragmatic actions, which are the exact defiance of that, are sometimes necessary for benefit. And as much as we all may like the world to simply run on being a good person is good, it doesn't. power politics exists, especially at this level. So you have to be willing to bend your principles or ignore them at times to do something practical in the moment to get you a benefit that outweighs the loss of abandoning that principle temporarily. I hate that that's the case, but it is. I think Thomas Massey would sit there and do the principle thing and never do the practical thing. And that's totally separate. That's a criticism totally separate from what we've just seen here. Thank you, Gingy. Yes, that would describe what we just heard from him here. He is partly on the woke bandwagon. This policy is not racist, Massey, just because it disproportionately disadvantages blacks and Hispanics. It does that because of their naming tendencies. It sounds like it isn't really biased against them by race intentionally. It's just happenstance. That if they have the same name, this is like the fucking wage gap argument. Sorry to bring back up this 10-year-old idea, chat, that we've all well and truly debunked. But you're looking at the outcome, and from that outcome, making a straightforward, non-inferred, just straightforward statement about the intent, the input, which you cannot infer. The outcome is different than the input. For example, men do more valuable work than women overall, so men earn more. But if you see men earning more and you assume the input from that, you might assume it's because of sexism. That's how the wage gap works. Same thing here. You see the outcome of blacks have a worse time because of this system, and you assume the input, racism. Racism is not a word that should be used just to describe when blacks have something slightly harder than whites. Sickle cell anemia is not racist. And many would say that we shouldn't use the term at all. And I understand, and I almost never do, even though I think it can be useful in rare exceptions, but it's not worth using it these days. It's better just not to use it at all. But if you are going to use it, at least use it to refer to intent for when actually someone means to be racist, not just when the outcome happens to be bad for blacks. And I don't know why I'm having to. This is the problem. Is Thomas Massey is like, in terms of libertarianism, he is right on board, pretty much tip of the spear, as many of us have been for like 10 years. But on a lot of other stuff, he doesn't seem to have moved since then. I'm sort of grasping that now. Or, more so as time goes on. So I don't know enough about this guy to conclude, but I don't think he's the next hope for the US. I don't think he's your next Trump.
I've just actually looked at that picture of Massey sitting there with a kind of gormless look at his face, and I swear to God, that's the arsehole general from Stargate.
Oh, I know who you mean, I think. The one that ends up... spoilers for Stargate, by the way. We've been watching it in Cabal. We got past this now. Spoilers. The one that ends up, like, kicked out of the NV, whatever the fuck, and, like, homeless. Yeah, he does look a bit like it. I can't remember his name, though. Someone in chat will know it. Mayborn.
Somebody post a picture of
Mayborn.
That's the one, Mayborn, yes.
He does look a bit like Mayborn, yes.
Kind of looks like if Mayborn was going through a homeless arc.
Well, he was during the show. Hence the beard.
Yes.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he does look a lot like him. You're right. I haven't seen him look quite like this before. I don't know. Maybe his beard is longer. But yeah, he would agree with us on anywhere where libertarianism, strict libertarianism, is compatible with what most of us believe. But where it isn't, he would stick with the strict libertarianism principles, which are not always the right answer. I said before, libertarianism is a good starting point for building an ideology. It's where you should always start, because it's minimal. And then you add things as necessary. And sometimes those things as necessary are not static. In fact, better if they aren't static. Better if you're willing to change with the times. Right now, and we need to lean quite heavily conservative, away from pure libertarian principles, which is not where I started in politics. It's where I've arrived through assessing the evidence. And Massey wouldn't do that, I don't think. One second, chat. I've been pung. Oh no.
No, I feel actually trying to think now, and I think it was somebody else. Hang on, I'm looking through. One moment.
Okay. I may be able to tell you what I'm typing in a sec, chat. Racism would have prevented Irina Zarutska. I think it was Vacho's, or no, Firekeeper just said. Yes. Thing is, it's not the only thing that would have prevented it, but it would have. Let's break it down. Individualist reasoning is by merit of action. Collectivist reasoning is by categorization of a tribal group or whatever, demographic. There's nothing inherently wrong with either of these, but there are downsides and upsides to both of them. It is folly. It is retarded folly to ignore to ignore one or both of these lenses. You really should use both, but you should know how. The collectivist lens is good for quick, urgent, or large-scale judgments. It's low resolution, but it's quick. Most people who look the same will have similar characteristics. Individualism is for precise judgments, where if you're dealing with an individual, then drop the collectivism for the most part, unless you're in danger or unless they are demonstrating things that do show they're aligned with the collectivism. I mean, that's still individualist reasoning because it's their actions. But if you know nothing about them and you're not in any sort of risk, individualism should be 90% of your reasoning. But once they start demonstrating stereotypical traits, you can bring in the collectivism. In it comes. You can predict what they'll do next, and you'll be right most of the time because these stereotypes exist for a reason. Before you know anything about them, if there's any potential risk, hey, steer clear if they're from a group that's dangerous because survival comes first. So you've got to use both. They're both essential. A society with too much individualism will ignore collectivist priorities that do matter. That's sort of where we are now in a way, but we're not really doing individualism properly either. We just have too little of the smart. What we're doing in society right now is the wrong parts of both. It's not that it's one or the other, it's the wrong parts of both. But you would get some of the problems we have today if you do too little collectivism, too little individualism, and you'd have a sort of totalitarianism or a socialist over categorized system where your individual merits are completely irrelevant. You know, that kind of society would produce almost no innovation, by the way. So both are necessary. You've got to use them properly. You can't ignore either one. And there's upsides and downsides to both, depending on how you use them. There's almost nothing in politics. It's a simple matter of this is good and this is bad. You have to be careful when and how to attenuate your use of things. I'm sorry that's a complex, non-satisfying, non-simple answer, but that is the truth. Regardless, as you make snap judgments based on appearance, which includes race, further interactions either confirm or contradict this initial judgment. You change your judgment on an individual level if your initial judgment is proven wrong. If it's not proven wrong, you keep that initial judgment. Yep. That's a fine way of wording it. And I get the impression Thomas Massey would sit there being all too much of one and not enough of the other, or too principled. That's the issue. There's sort of an alignment there, principle with individualism and pragmatism with collectivism. They align well. He would do too much of one and not enough of the other, but it needs to be done. So yeah, I think generally, most people actually do work like this. They do, but they wouldn't admit it. They wouldn't admit they're doing collectivist reasoning. And many people try to avoid doing collectivist reasoning, or they try to invert it. They try to make judgments that are inverse from reality, like that whites are violent or dangerous in some way, which is sometimes true on an individual level, but much rarer, especially in civilized countries. Centrists in most ways, like all real Natsocks, yes, sort of.
Whites have a unique capacity for violence in that under almost all circumstances, white people are peaceful. However, when pushed into a state of, shall we say, when pushed into a state of sufficient fervor whites are capable of committing violence, usually against other whites, on a scale that most people are not capable of fully comprehending.
It's the best way to be.
Dangerous.
It's the best way to be. Slow, slow, fast, fast. Military strategy. Before things start, you want to be peaceful. When there's peace, you want to live with that. You want to do it properly. And then when things have started, you complete annihilation, win completely, and then it's over.
Near limitless capacity for wrath is how I would describe the white race.
Yes. I think it is the correct strategy, evolutionarily. Okay. Yeah, indeed, yes. Yep. Right. So yeah, I think Thomas Massey is 10 years behind the tip of the spear on about half the stuff that matters. The rest of it is just standard libertarianism, which he's very strong on, but the rest of it really matters. So I don't know if he's your next best hope. He may do things that are very principled that we'd want him to do, but in such a way that would do more harm than good as well. So be careful. All right, next thing. California is giving free sex change procedures to homeless illegal aliens. Would you like me to run you by that again?
Well, hang on. Are they consensual or are they mandatory?
Good question. We'll find out in a second. Let me read that again for you, though, just in case anyone missed it. Pay attention, chat. Is pricked up. California is giving free sex change procedures to homeless illegal aliens. California. 8-bit, you're a Floridian. Is your hatred of California already at the maximum level to the extent that this doesn't even faze you, doesn't even register? Or has this actually pushed it higher than you thought possible? Anyone can answer that question.
I will reiterate. If it's mandatory, I can kind of get behind it.
I mean, that's just castration for being poor. Well, also being a legal alien, I guess, yeah. You raise the bar, says it. Yay!
If you come to my country illegally, we'll lop your cock off. I can get behind that.
Force feed you a bunch of estrogen.
It would certainly help with the rape problem.
It would. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible to rape someone without a penis, but it certainly complicates the matter.
It does. I mean, if you want to immigrate to our country, either you get our full-throated approval or we unicify you, and then you can come in. I mean, no, still not even then, but that would be a deterrent, wouldn't it? Make it a lot simpler.
Yep.
In the end, it means free means the taxpayer's expense. Indeed, it does, 8-bit, yes. Then again, you could televise it. Not the procedure, but what happens afterwards. Actually, I don't know if you could televise that. That would be horrible. So Bobby says, because the system sees made up trans label as an at-risk group, this way they get more voters. I'm not sure quite what you mean there, but either way, it would making people mentally ill would get more Democrat voters, yes. Either way. Let's have a look at the article and see what the fuck's going on. The rest of it says, our team went into the shelters and discovered that trans migrants are coming into the state for hormones, breast implants, and bottom surgeries, all on taxpayer dime. What the fuck? How many trannies are there in North Mexico, dude? I assume that there would be almost none, but apparently there were quite a lot, but now they're all in California.
All right, nobody told Glossy.
Yeah, yeah. Glossier has made seemingly the right choice. I hope permanently. Proud of him, actually. Brave thing for him to have done. Last month, we received a report, they say, from a whistleblower who claimed that illegal aliens were staying in San Francisco's homeless shelters. Following up on the tip, we visited numerous publicly funded shelters in San Francisco and spoke to employees and residents about their policies, sometimes through a translator. Chat, press 1 if you're American and you never want to have to press 1 for English again in your life.
You know, it has just occurred to me that the word translator could very well adopt within California.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, useless potential citizen. Report to the nearest translator for assistance.
The Translator 4000. Says, we discovered not only the shelters were housing illegal immigrants, what a fucking shock, but also that they were apparently housing a population of male to female transgender illegal aliens who had hoped to obtain gender-affirming care, quote, fucking unquote, and to our shock, they say, state and local governments apparently are providing it. That's not very surprising given it's California, but still. St. Vincent de Paul's MSC South facility in San Francisco's largest homeless shelter and in 2024 signed a $66 million service contract with the city. They say after we arrived at the front entrance, an employee wearing a do-rag and a light green polo shirt showed us around and confirmed that illegal aliens were living there. Bold to admit, to be honest. Quote, I guess they assume no one's going to do anything about it. Quote, you got a few people here from El Salvador, you got a few people here from Venezuela, you got a few people here from a little bit of everywhere, he said. As a rule, he suggested, management instructed employees to refuse cooperation with federal immigration authorities. Shut them down. Quote, when the ICE thing was going around, we all had a meeting and they told us we ain't letting them in. Shut them down. They continue, among the shelter's residents was a group of Hondurans who identified as transgender. During our visit, they say to MSC South, whose executive director did not respond to requests for comment, we spoke with 2 Honduran men, Laika and Alondra. Yeah. I guess that's the equivalent of fucking Lilith, but for Hispanics. Can anyone confirm? Who identified as transgender women. Both had indicated that the local government gave them shelter and food. This is what happens when you empty the insane asylums from South America into the US. Because half of them probably have this particular form of insanity. Laika, who wore long hair and red lipstick, was candid about this arrangement. He, thank you, this is obviously a right-wing source, confirmed that he was an illegal immigrant and that the shelter doesn't ask questions about immigration status. Tango Medi-Cal, he said, referring to the state healthcare program, which under Governor Gavin Newsom began providing full-scope coverage to illegal aliens, which includes transgender procedures or gender-affirming care. He said he was receiving cross-sex hormones therapy and bore the physical signs of having done so. This is fucking horrible. This is absurdly dystopian. This is the kind of thing that Orwell would never even have thought of. Oh, Jesus. Shall we continue, chat? Alondra, a muscular man in a camouflage shirt and dyed hair tied behind his head, said he had been in the US after claiming asylum. According to the translator, the city government had offered to pay first and second month's rent on private apartments for him and Laika, but neither accepted the offer, in Laika's case because he might not be able to pay for the apartment after the second month. I don't know why you'd assume you'd, like... God, look at them. I don't know why you'd assume that you'd, like, have a job or something. Do you want to watch this video, chat, or is it going to be too disgusting? No, you know what? Suffer. If you want to stop watching the video, then you can /support stop.
Transgender. What is her name?
Liza.
Is she undocumented right now and staying in the shelter? Can you ask her?
Usted está sin documentos en San Francisco.
Aquí en San Francisco me siento tranquila porque no he visto así.
She's undocumented and she feels safe here.
En la playa.
She has many different places around the city that she can get free food. even for the LGBT.
Okay.
Bueno, ayer me puse triste. Estuve triste porque.
Chisti.
No shit.
Alondra.
Y yo trabajar al tercer día.
They offered them to pay the first and the second month. Like I worried that, after the second month, what happened if I don't have the money?
I think they're not really concerned about taking resources from Americans.
No, yo pienso que no lo quito.
Where'd she get those headphones? They're being given a lot of money that they are not spending well. I mean, I guess they're probably whores. Horrible that is to think about.
Because they have seen that they receive more help.
The Americans. Okay. Okay. Tell them thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. All right, well, let's continue. At the Embarcadero Safe Navigation Center, a city-funded shelter on the eastern waterfront that did not respond to our comment request, we heard similar stories. Jacqueline, a self-identified trans woman from Mexico living at the shelter who claimed to be lawful U.S. resident, well, that makes a change, indicated that there were illegal aliens living in the shelter. Wearing rouge on his cheeks and a low-cut red shirt, Jacqueline flaunted his large chest. He said that he had gotten transgender hormone treatments and confirmed that he had received breast implants from the state Medi-Cal program. This is what your taxpayer money is going towards, chat. To be fair, right, I don't mean to rag on the Americans. There's similar shit going on here. This may be more comical in the US, though. And maybe more extensive, though, I don't know. In absolute terms, it's more, because it's just a bigger country. Though Jacqueline claimed to be a legal resident, he suggested that the state also provides implants to illegal immigrants. Even though you're undocumented, he said, you can get them. You have to have a process. The hormones go through therapy, he said. Es un proceso. It's a process, I assume. We asked Jacqueline if he had also completed a bottom surgery, a type of genital procedure that can involve castrating a male and turning his penile tissue into a neo-vagina. There you go, chat. There's the details for you. San Francisco had multiple clinics that offer bottom surgery, which the state reportedly provides to medical recipients under the theory that it can be a medical necessity for those whose gender identity does not match their gender assigned at birth, which is still fucking insane. Not just from a conventional perspective, also from a medical perspective and a psychological perspective and all other perspectives too. It's insane. Did you do bottom surgery? We asked. I'm waiting for that one, Jacqueline replied. You have gone to a fucking foreign country, maybe not you, but others, illegally, to get your penis cut off. Welcome to this gay earth, chat. Shall we watch the video of the man that has come to the US to get their cock chopped off?
It's not just getting their cock chopped off. It's significantly worse than that. They're getting their penis opened up and filleted like how one would prepare a haddock.
Years doesn't want you to describe it. You know the Citadel in Mass Effect? How it kind of opens out in a sort of flower pattern?
That's exceptionally awful. All right, congratulations, Uzulu. You have just ruined Mass Effect for probably everybody in the room.
Yeah. Well, I did probably slightly less to ruin it than Mass Effect 3's ending did. Pass Effect, that's good, Yiz. That's good. Well done. I like that. More like Mass Defect. All right, let's watch this fucking video.
What is your name again?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline.
This is the first time I live in a shelter.
Yeah. A lot of Latino here, so definitely some are migrants or undocumented.
I think, yeah. And me as a trans woman,
yeah,
I feel safe.
Were you able to get the hormones or, you know?
Yeah, I did that with my doctor.
So Medi-Cal, you got the breast implants?
Yes.
Wow, taxpayer funded. So here in California, they gave you the breast implant here?
Yes.
Free?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yeah. Do you feel like that's a good benefit for other migrants here in California?
This reporter's holding his tongue. He's good at his job. He's getting what he needs without giving his opinion. He'll give his opinion later. Smart.
Yeah, even though you're undocumented, you can get him.
Did you do bottom too? Bottom surgery?
I'm waiting for that one.
Wow, you're waiting for bottom surgery. Okay. Are you happy with the results?
Yes.
Yeah, that's really fucking horrible. Well, chat, at least they won't be breeding. It says, when most Californians think about homeless services, they imagine that their tax dollars are going to support veterans, families, and those who have fallen on hard times, which would be fine. But in San Francisco, the reality is that, well, I think it'd be fine, that for some homeless shelters have apparently turned into havens for transgender identifying illegal aliens. They've turned into fucking chop shops for fucking Xenos who can receive gender affirming care on taxpayers' dime. The California Department of Health Care Services, which administers the Medi-Cal program, did not respond to our request for comment. You can usually ignore that because they sometimes will just send that seconds before pressing publish on the article. Sometimes these policies are hidden under euphemisms. Other times, however, they are more explicit. Well, they've made the connection. They've asserted that transgender surgery is medically necessary, and they've asserted that healthcare should apply to illegal immigrants. Once they've done that, the two are connected, and they can do this. Neither of those things are true, by the way. Emergency healthcare for illegal immigrants only, but then immediately deport them, obviously. And transgender surgery is barbarism in every case. Every case, I think. And so neither of those things should happen.
I will remind you all in the chat. Like a haddock.
Yeah. You know the Nyalant's head from Half-Life 1, the final boss?
Not played Half-Life.
Ginger, you must.
I must?
Yeah. Have you played Half-Life 2?
I haven't played any of the Orange Box games.
Chat, press 1 if you would watch Ginger play Half-Life in Cabal.
Well, obviously you're going to get a flood of ones.
You should do it. Hey, I played Stellaris.
I'll consider it.
Good man. They are good games. Really, you should know them if you want to know gaming. He doesn't play Black Mesa. He wouldn't have to play Black Mesa, but arguably it's better because Black Mesa is the HD remake. Arguably, you should play the original because it depends why you're playing it. We could discuss that though, chat. Either one is fine. Black Mesa is very good. I haven't played Zen, but I played the rest of it. Years only recommends the first one. I would also add 2 in the episodes, but 1 would be, I think, the first port of call. You're autistic as fuck. You play Stellaris as like a fat kid finding a buffet. Listen, all right? My autism is not exactly towards that, okay? That's more so Ginger's bag. When it comes to like managing a large amount of information and remembering stuff, that's not quite where my autism is best suited. Okay, Ginger is much better at that stuff than me. I remember
yeah, that is. I have a near eidetic memory.
That's pretty good.
I can remember something. I can choose to remember something by simply choosing to remember it, and I can even choose to forget something by just choosing to forget it.
I have a near absent memory, which is why I rely on.
It's considerably less useful.
Yes, for memory, it's less useful. Yes, I rely on other mechanisms. But when I was playing Stellaris, it's not like I'm bad at it. I think for a beginner, I did pretty well. I played like not one whole game, like I played a couple of hours of one game on my own, and then joined into a multiplayer game. And Stellaris, unlike Civ, It's not turn-based, so if you have a low actions per minute, you will fall behind. And so I have never spent so long thinking so intensely in my life, I don't think, as when I was playing Stellaris multiplayer as my second ever game against people that knew what they were doing. Because I knew I could not take the time to think about anything, or like the minimum amount of time, but I had to get the right choices. So I was throwing caution to the wind. I was concentrating really fucking hard, and I did actually manage to keep up pretty well, as far as I recall, in that game. So I'm not bad at it, but
you
it's not my
definitely
forte.
did do much better than I was expecting.
Thank you. I wouldn't mind playing it again sometime. It's just I have so much to do, and it's a big time sink. Stellaris was fun. Ratchos, yes, but it's very much, if you like that kind of game, you will like Stellaris. It is clearly well made. HLT is where they started up Steam. It was a mess at first. Yeah, I didn't use it much. I don't remember it well in the early days, but I do remember people saying it was. Well, his name is almost identical. He's named himself after you, Nachos. So yeah, I did initially. I could just call him Stepson, I guess. I tell you what, actually, support Stepson. There we go. Let's see if we can get Stepson to the top of the board. And if we can, then Ratchos will be renamed to Stepson Ratchos or Stepson Rat or something like that. Why is it being denounced? What are you doing? That's not the right direction. Up, you idiots. Look, Nachos and Ratchos want something, chat. The rest of you should want the opposite. Come on. Yes, how could you? How could you? Right. Well, that was a fucking horrible story. They hate you more than us. But it's funnier to mock you. Because you make silly noises. All right. 1 second, chat. Yes, that's true. Okay. I think it's fine to say Aiden is again unwell. I think again from traveling. It was weird. While she was in the UK, she just kept like arriving somewhere, being ill, getting better after a little while, going somewhere new, being ill as soon as she got there, getting better after a few days, going somewhere new, getting ill immediately. So it may have been the travel, it may have been nerves or stress. She's susceptible to that kind of thing. But she's ill again, even though she's now home. So chat, maybe you wouldn't mind pinging her as Nachos has done and saying get well soon. I would appreciate it.
Fun fact about that, by the way. She didn't get ill when she came to my place.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes. Weird. Which is good, considering she spent less than a week here.
Yeah. Weak stomachs are so down, yeah. Who's trying to kill Aiden? Look, if I've been trying to kill Aiden, like I could, she's very, very fragile. I think Ginger can confirm. We both met her in person recently.
She is quite fragile.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Well, he is. If you're ever in the UK, I'd be happy to meet you as well. No, I was not trying to kill Aiden. All right. Ginger and I meeting is a possibility, but of course, there's only two ways that can happen. Either I travel all the way up to Scotland, or Ginger is willing to risk the curse.
Oh, you fuck. Okay, there are two reasons why I wouldn't come down to where you are. Oh, three reasons, actually. First reason, I suspect, is fairly easy to remedy. I don't know where you live. Second reason, I would have to risk the curse. Third reason, I can say with a very, very high degree of confidence that I live in a nicer place than you.
Nicer for your tastes.
Overall neighborhood. I basically live in a little slice of paradise. It's fucking beautiful up here.
Nicer for your taste, I don't doubt. I think here is nicer for mine than where you are would be. I think both where we live are probably both very nice for our own tastes. I wouldn't mind coming to visit you and then you come to visit me at some point, but yes, you would be putting yourself at risk. Sorry, the curse is something you've talked about publicly, isn't it? I haven't just revealed something.
It is. Although not everybody here may be aware. I will give you all a brief summary of one of the more recent attempts at travel I once recently made. As some of you may know, I grew up around Liverpool. Liverpool is considerably far away from where I live right now. It is in the north of England. I currently live in the north of Scotland. It's about a 400-mile journey. Yes, I know to Americans 400 miles is an afternoon stroll, but this is the UK we're talking about. So, as I traveled down, it was during the Christmas period. I spent Christmas with the family. It was all very well and lovely. And then, after Christmas and New Year, I traveled back up north again. At least I tried to. See, I was going to be taking a train that would take me from Liverpool across to the middle of the country to Leeds, and then all the way up to Glasgow, and then across the way to Aberdeen, and then I'd take a separate train that would take me all the way over to where I actually live. Unfortunately, I didn't actually get to that first jump of Leeds, for you see, what happened was I got on the train, and I managed to make it approximately a quarter of the way towards my first destination before the train was stopped. And it came onto the announcement tannoy that the reason the train had stopped was because a fucking tree had fallen on the line. So, I get off the train and I think to myself, oh, for Christ's sake, this is terrible. It's probably due to the snow and all of the slush on the tracks loosening the soil or whatever. So I figure, you know what? Forget it. Going back and I'm spending another week with the family. By then, the overall situation that is UK public travel will have calmed down. So I hang around in the train station. I explain to one of the people, look, my train has just been cut off. It's all of my train links that I need to get on, all of my exchanges. It's all thrown out of whack. And I've decided I'm just going to attempt the travel another day. So I get onto I go over to another platform and I plan to get on a train that would take me from Manchester, where I was forced to get off the train early, and back to Liverpool. I wait for the train to arrive, and it doesn't arrive. I find out that a separate fucking tree fell on the line, preventing me from being able to get back to where I started from. 2 separate trees fell on 2 separate train lines just to fuck me. That is my travel curse. I hate it. I don't like traveling.
Yeah.
That's the travel curse.
And this is not just a one-time thing. This has happened to Ginger a lot. Almost if not every time you've traveled.
Pretty much every time I've traveled, something extremely stressful has gone wrong. Like, for example, one time, approximately 2 years ago, I flew south to try and meet up with a bunch of Cabal people. When I arrived at the airport, all of the luggage on the plane on which I had traveled was put into overnight storage because the people who were operating the airport services at my destination in Heathrow had mistaken all of the luggage as being for a transfer flight to Dubai. My suitcase very nearly ended up going to the fucking sandbox when all I wanted to do was get off in London and go enjoy a week with my friends. As it turns out, I actually managed to get that suitcase back, by the way. But in order to do so, I had to quite literally be checked through into the international security checking by a fat, angry Indian man who seemingly had the rage of the Indian pantheon on his side, who had personally made it his mission to piss off every other person in the airport to ensure that I got my luggage back. That man is an angel in portly brown skin, and I wish him the best of luck in his endeavors in life.
Well, we found one.
Couldn't tell you his name. It was something like... It was Indian.
This is pretty accurate to where you live, right?
Yeah, not far off. No, I don't mind people knowing where I live. Well, so long as they, don't see the exact house. Let's see. Here we go. This is a screenshot, well, a photo taken that I can go see this view by walking down the road for about 5 minutes. Unfortunately, I have fuck all upload speed, so it will be with you in a little moment. There it is.
That is basically the picture, let's be honest.
Yes.
That's pretty nice.
Isn't that just exceptional?
Yeah.
In fact, you see in the rightmost the rightmost third of that image, there is a church building. Kind of like up a bit. Up a bit.
There?
That's the one. Mm-hmm. See that tiny little orange roofed cottage right next to it?
Yes.
I very nearly bought that house.
Nice.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
Lovely place. I ended up not buying it because I wasn't able to be cleared for a sufficient loan. That tiny little place, due to the hilarious and depressing and depressing state of the UK housing market, that cottage, which by the way consists of one room for the entire building, £98,000. And get this. That's cheap for the UK.
Well, there you go. Where Ginger lives is very nice. Does have its downsides, though, with the internet, for example. And for those that like the company of a lot of people and a lot of facilities nearby, it would be a bit less convenient. But for Ginger's taste, it seems to be pretty much perfect.
Indeed. I like having few people, and I like those few people to be nice, polite, and white.
See, I'm on almost the exact opposite side of the country, and I have a somewhat similar situation, but slightly more tuned to my preferences. I'm willing to live in a slightly more urban area for the increase in convenience. Not too urban, but just a little bit more than this. And I like living near the sea, and maybe I will find somewhere that mixes those later. But right now I live in basically what is a forest with some nice roads and some pathways in amongst it, and a bunch of affluent houses full of white people. There were a bunch of little shops.
Hmm.
It's very classically British. Very, very green. Lots of tree canopy. Fuckloads of footpaths everywhere. And I live 1 minute from the local shop.
I also live about 1 minute from the local shop. Unlike you, I live 1 minute from the only shop in about a 30-mile radius.
Mm.
Well, that's not technically true, I suppose. There is a second shop, but those are the only two shops in a roughly 30-mile radius.
Well, for my taste, where I live is almost perfect. The only thing I think would make it better is if I was near to the sea, but that would be sort of difficult to achieve with the forest thing as well.
Indeed. For a point of comparison, if I look out one of the windows in my house, I can see the local forest. And if I step out my front door by about 2 meters, such that I'm standing in the middle of the road, and turn 90 degrees to the right, I can see the ocean.
Pretty nice. When I was living in Brighton, it was really, really nice to just be walking down the high street, look to the right, and that is the sea. You can see it through the buildings. I didn't like it. It was too urban for my taste, but it was really nice to live near the sea.
Mm.
Especially in the summer.
When I visited Brighton, by far the biggest problem I had with the place was the population density.
Yeah. Indeed.
But that's just a simple consequence of living on the south coast of England, I suppose.
Not everyone on the south coast, but a lot of places, yeah. And Brighton is a city, or at least a town. I think it's a city. There are plenty of places along the south coast that are much quieter.
I believe it's classed as a town rather than a city.
That's odd. It's a big tourist destination.
Do you know what defines a city from a town in the UK?
Yeah, not much. It's also sort of bureaucratic whether you happen to have been determined to be a city by the government at some point. But there's a lot of illogical, incorrect choices where. Go on.
It's actually incredibly logical what determines the difference between a town and a city in the UK. You see, there is a list of UK cities, and if the place where you live is on that list, then you live in a city.
Yeah. Years ago, many years ago, it used to be the cathedral. But that's no longer the case.
Yes.
Maybe it should be. Maybe it should be the case, but it's not currently. Yes, as Ginger says, it's just a list. It's a bureaucratic decision. I think every year they determine a list of new cities, or every X time they determine a list of new cities. They get added to the list. There's places that have been petitioning to become a city for years, which have significantly more population than some places that are already cities. The borders between town and city, and between village and town as well, are nonsensical sometimes. So you could be in a village that's 10 times the population of a town. There's not many like that, but they do exist.
Broadly speaking, there is no objective difference between a town and a city in the UK. The only thing that comes close to there being a difference between a town and a city is just whether or not it's on the list. And bear in mind, the number of cities, the number of locations that are being converted from town to city goes up every year because, as it turns out, a location is considerably more likely to get a successful amount of tourism income if it is place name parentheses city rather than place name parentheses town. Just the title of city is sufficient to give a location a considerable bump to its
Well, let's find out.
Its tourism income.
Is Brighton a city or town? It's a city, apparently. It was granted status in 2000 by Queen Liz. Yep, it's a city. And Hove is part of it too.
Yes, for some reason, Hove. Okay, Hove is a region that was once considered separate but adjacent to Brighton, and then Brighton just kind of
urbaned out.
Hove.
Yeah, indeed.
The urban sprawl spread out to the point where there was no longer a determinate point at which it transitioned from being urban to rural and then urban again. So it just kind of merged. Blob.
Yep. I think there's somewhere also on the other side of Brighton that's sort of become part of it as well, but it's smaller than Hove, so it doesn't usually get included in the name. Nachos, if you ever met me, you would not strike me with a breeze block. You would be very friendly and nice, and it would all be lovely. You wouldn't hurt me. We would get along well. You would not want me to be hurt, Nachos. You wouldn't be able to reach. Also that, yes. Well, careful, Pugs. You might give my ankles a nasty nip.
Hang on, isn't Nachos actually quite tall?
I can't remember. Taller than Di, perhaps.
I remember her saying that she was like... Oh, never mind.
5'2". That is taller than Di, but not by much. You know who else isn't very tall? Non-whites.
Aiden is surprisingly tall, I noticed.
It's not that surprising given her other attributes.
But she was certainly taller than I was expecting.
Well, probably not as tall as the Fujoshi sushi place would have preferred. That is tall, yes, he is.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, have you not heard about the Fujoshi sushi?
No.
Chat, press 1 if you haven't heard.
I'm not sure if I want to.
Press 1 if you haven't heard the Fujoshi sushi story. If there's enough of them, I'll bring Years on if she wants to come on and she can tell the story if she wants to. There's a few people that haven't. Years, do you want to come on and tell them about the Fujoshi sushi?
Fujoshi sushi.
Yeah. She's with people. All right, well, she will come on soon.
Isn't Fujoshi Japanese animated gay porn?
No. That would be... I don't know if there is a specific word for that, actually. No, that's not what Fujoshi is, but you're not far off.
Zenman said yes, and I know that he is an expert of all things pornographic, so...
No, what you're thinking of is related to that, but it isn't that. It's a woman who likes that. Yes, exactly, Zenman.
Fujoshi is a woman who likes...
Yaoi.
Yaoi is gay. Gay men performing intercourse.
And kissing. Technically, it's not sexual intercourse if it doesn't involve more than one sex. Not intercourse, sodomy is what they like. Also just romance, which I guess technically isn't sodomy, but it's still bloody close enough. Oh no, Eric. So what you might be thinking is that Years would be the Fujoshi in this story, but no. No. The story is a little bit more interesting than that. Fujoshi mostly are into romance stuff, not yaoi, which is graphic homosexual. So it's just good to fucking know. We'll get the lowdown very soon. In the meantime, did anyone want to try and just give an AI image generation Fujoshi sushi and see what it outputs? We can put it on the screen. No, it's just Vachos. You might not be willing to. I wonder if someone else is. Wolf says Pug. Nachos is going to do it. What are you going to use to do it? Well, don't tell me. Do it. I've cleared to be on voice. I can set up and ready in a minute. Well, ping me when you want me to drag you in. What's the prompt? Grok. Grok does do images, yeah. The prompt was Fujoshi Sushi. Fujoshi Sushi, like that. Wolf says no, he won't do it. Gay and cringe. What's wrong with you, Wolf? You've lost your bottle. Chat, if you hadn't noticed, we are winding down the stream. We probably would have ended by now, but we've got Fujoshi Sushi coming on, and we're going to hear that story. Probably we will end after that. After the stream, we will reconvene in Cabal and we'll find something to watch or do. Most likely watch. Git sack, yes. Yes, we're going to be playing with our Git sacks. Thanks to 8-Bit. I have to say, 8-Bit, I don't think playing with our Git sacks would be the same without you there to monitor, administer, host, and help us through the process of engaging intimately with our Git sacks. You all agree? Anyone that's been there for the Gitsack engagement will generally agree that 8-Bit is an integral part of the experience, given that 8-Bit is literally in the show.
Is this the name of the game that Malcatello has made?
No, but that's a good guess. No, you're in the dark on both of these dumb memes, aren't you? The Fujoshi Sushi and the Gitsack. Okay, we'll do the Gitsack in a minute. For now, welcome years.
Hello, yes.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hello.
Oh.
I'm on my gaming rig, so I apologize for the poorer than usual audio quality.
It's fine.
This is the render that Nacho's got when she put Fujoshi Sushi into the image generator.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
This will be our background image while you explain your story.
Do you want me to tell the story again?
Sure, go ahead. I'll be right back, but I'll be here for most of it.
Okay, you've already heard it, so you did. So anyway, so Ginger, a little over a year ago, some Asian ladies, I think they are a mix of Japanese, Chinese, and I think some Koreans. Them and a couple of their boyfriends or husband guys started a sushi and Chinese, like Mongolian grill style place not too far from here. And I love sushi, and there's really no place to get it without like a 45-minute drive here, except them. And they do make sushi at a local grocery store, but it's just not very good. So I don't buy it. So anyway, so I started going there pretty regularly. And the ladies, I noticed, all of them that worked there, they didn't wear makeup. They didn't really put a lot of effort into their appearances, but none of them seemed to be married. And so I was like, well, this is kind of interesting. And a couple of the guys that work there, because the two Asian guys who do all the sushi and food prep and stuff, they look kind of like nerdy and dorky too. So I was like, this is kind of atypical. So I started getting to know them and being friendly with them and hanging out there while I waited on food instead of waiting in my car or going shopping or whatever. And I noticed that one of the girls who works the front, I'll say girl, she's like 30. One of the women who works the front. When she was talking in Moonrune talk to one of the other ladies there, she was looking up something on her phone. And I noticed that her background on her phone was the character Izumi from Love Stage. And I was like, well, isn't that interesting? So I was like, So I pointed it out and I said, oh, excuse me. I was like, is that Izumi? Do you like Love Stage? And they look like I was from immigration and was there to see their green card. Both of their eyes shot open and they couldn't believe it. And I said, do you like boy love stuff? Like, do you like boy love manga? And The girl who had the picture on her phone was like too paralyzed to speak, but the other one just started giggling and nodded yes, and then we started talking. And so we talked for like 20 minutes and they both blushed, and then, you know, we had a good conversation. And I think it was the next visit or the visit after that, they were both there again, and we talked more. And I told them, I said, one of the things that we sort of bonded over was I told them that I like that stuff too. You know, I like, you know, sort of the quasi homo romance angle because it's unrealistic but can be touching, and especially because it's written by women. Usually, it has a more. It doesn't have the stink of pornography, which I don't like. And so we talked more about it, and I told them that I'm intersex and that I'm a feminine male, and that was really what in the wrestling world they say put you over. That's what put me over with the fujoshi at the sushi store. Oh,
okay.
It's 1:30 in the morning. I heard the clock.
Yes, it is.
So anyway, so they immediately changed the way that they looked at me, the way they talked to me, and eventually the women at the store apparently are all fujoshi, like at least 4 or 5 of them, and it's a small place. And I don't know how homo or faggy the men are that work there, but I know that one of them is the husband of one of the front girls who I talked to. But he's really sweet to me, and he waves at me and like playfully blows me kisses and waves his hand and stuff. So I don't know what's going on with all of them. They're all like these homo weirdos there. But anyway, so after I told them that I'm a quote unquote male woman or whatever, like I had to explain it to them in very basic terms for them to understand, because they just didn't grasp that I wasn't female. I had to make it explicit, and then they finally got it. And then I had to explain to them my medical history and everything. And then they finally got it. And so the two that speak English the best talk to me about it. And now we regularly talk. Like they give me recommendations for boy love stories to look up. And one of the 4 up the front house girls, I heard she doesn't speak English as well as the other ones. And one like on my 5th or 6th visit, after them learning about me and everything, I heard one of them say something that I thought was in reference to me, and I said, "Wait, did you just call me that?" And that is my current name in this server. Is one at least one of them, if not 2 of them, refer to me as Hunku-chan, because hunk or hunku is an Americanized word that they've learned for like guy that you really like or thinks attractive. And then they put the chan on it because I'm like, you know, feminine and familiar to them. So that's what the 2 of them call me now. And ever since then, with very high regularity, since at least one of them is usually working front of house, they'll use their employee discount to give me either almost free or completely free sushi when I go there. So I call it Fujo sushi, because the Fujoshi give me the sushi. And the
is quite
development,
adorable.
It's cute, it's fun. And so I've made good friends with them, and it's so funny how like all of the workers were like very sort of that Asian polite because it's expected, but also cold and indifferent because this is just a job. Well, once they learned what I was and the way that I talked to them, it was like their entire demeanor and way of speaking changed with me. And so now when I show up, all the girls in the front of house are like, "Hello, sweetie, how are you today?" And like they're very kind, and like they'll touch my arm, and they'll say, "Oh, you sit down, we'll bring you drink." They'll offer me drinks or free soup while I wait, and it's just so cute. And like the guy who makes the sushi, he'll come out front from the kitchen just to say hi, or he'll touch my shoulder. Like it's really, really cute, and they're just also, I don't know, super gay and super sweet. It's just really fun. And the manager lady, I don't know if she owns the place or not, but she used to be really bitchy, like because she has to run the place, and I don't know if she's like some cold, hard, mean lesbian or something that like, you know, keeps the lessers in check or whatever. But she was really nasty to me for a while.
The madam of the bordello.
Yeah, she also didn't speak English very well at all. She's still the worst English speaker there that I've spoken with. But she is warmed up to me and is nice to me now. And I think it's because they finally explained to her who and what I am and why they like me. So now she's finally nice to me too. And the manager lady who used to be kind of a cold bitch is actually warmed up to me and is nice to me now. So that's pretty cool. So there's really not much more to the story than that. It's just cute, and it's hilarious that like these Fujoshi from Moonrune Land moved to the middle of fucking nowhere in East Tennessee in the United States. So they think they're safe to just openly talk about their boy love manga and show pictures to each other and stuff. And then some local just eyeballs it and knows the character on site and starts talking to them about it. And it was like I was some illithid from D&D with mind powers reaching into their mind to paralyze them with fear. They were like, oh, and like it was so cute, them being like deer in headlights paralyzed when I immediately, identified their shit. It was so funny. And like they were blown away that they were blown away. I knew the term Fujoshi. Like it was such just a fun little happenstance in my little neck of the woods.
Wolf says, I believe we settled on the term matriarch of the Fujo Hive.
Yep, that sounds about right. To be honest, I was going to go with head bitch.
Well, they're all actually really nice, and they have really good reputation in the area. They serve really high quality food. It's more expensive than most things around here, but you get what you pay for, because obviously living in the middle of nowhere, hundreds of miles from any major ocean port, it's expensive to have all that sushi grade, surimi grade quality fish flown in. So obviously it's expensive. So that's why I'm very thankful that I get it for not a high price, and sometimes completely free. So it's very nice. But there you go. There you have it.
It's not free. They're still getting something out of you. However, what they're getting out of you is something you don't mind. I don't think.
I actually like it. It's cute. I like being appreciated for what I am. It's nice.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a nice story. There you go, Ginger. And I tell you what.
Nacho says she's not in the slightest bit jealous.
No. So, Ginger, the other story, the Git Sack story, is a lot easier to explain.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. It's the anime that 8-Bit's profile picture for the last X years she's been in the server is from. So she's literally in the show.
No, I've seen the anime.
Well, now you know.
I've seen it. I didn't recognize that Gitsack was literally just in reference to that particular acronym.
Yeah, okay. But it's pretty good so far.
Well, if you've seen it, do you like it?
It's excellent.
Then you should get sack with us.
Come and fondle our Git Sacks with us, Ginger.
Get sack with us, Ginger.
Okay, I will join you in the appreciation of sack.
No, get sack.
Fucking faggot.
Sack, not just sack.
However, it is currently nearly 2:00, and I do have to be awake for work in the morning. So I'm afraid I won't be able to stay around past 2 a.m.
Well, we're going to wrap up the stream now anyway, and then we'll start Git Sack. So you might be here for one episode.
Well, I mean, I need to go back to my husband and his friend, but they're hanging out in the living room. We were getting ready to watch a movie, so I won't stay for the show either. But I did want to come on here and tell the story again, especially because Ginger was here.
Yeah, thank you, Yes.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Yes. Out of all of my online friends that I've met around Cabal, I'd say you're probably up there as either my favorite or definitely within the top 5.
Yeah, likewise.
Absolutely wonderful to see you.
And also, you are a Warframe veteran like me, and we bond over that, which is good.
Yes. By the way, entirely unrelated stuff. Somebody has just sent me something in regards to news.
Oh,
so perhaps a bit of coverage of this topic, and before calling the stream to an end.
Fine. Send it to Blue Sky. What's wrong with you?
Look, this was just sent to me by a friend, and I'm relaying it to you.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end.
It's one of the few things that...
Yeah, because regular working class New Yorkers are going to be able to buy a $200 million penthouse.
Well,
Get the
there
fuck
is
out of
that.
here. Come on.
There is that. It's one of the few things the left has somewhat of a point on. Like buying a property to own it for its value takes it away from other potential buyers. But you are right, is in this case, it's only going to be owned by people of that wealth. But if that practice wasn't common, it would at least be in like an extra one in the list of all the properties, which would help to bring the price down a bit. Not not in this case, but in other cases.
Let me explain something to you about New York. It only exists because rich people want to be there for the East Atlantic trade lane. The trade lane goes from New York City down through Florida, down through Atlanta. That's why that's the major traffic hub. They call it business lanes, where like all the tech bros go, all the business and finance bros bounce back and forth. When you start implementing things like this, you start encouraging the people that actually make the economy what it is discouraged from being in your city. So then their conventions will dry up. Their property investments will dry up. And think about what that does to the working class, regular, or even the middle class people in this major city. Think about these big buildings and all these ritzy, rich properties that these rich fucks, who granted, we don't like, and yes, the system is fucked. But this has knock-on effects that will take jobs away from regular New Yorkers who don't have the money or means to leave and don't want to anyway. It will hurt the economy by taking away actual higher class or higher caste business because they won't want to have their gatherings there. They won't want to have their business meetups there. They won't want to take weekend getaways there. They'll just be like, okay, well, we'll pick another place. Fuck you. And so the knock-on effect is less overall trade, less business, less jobs, and further depreciating property values in a city that's already hemorrhaging money and wealthy people. And again, I'm not saying that, we need to pamper the rich. It's just this is the world we live in, and this is how things work in New York City. Yes. So I still think that this is a stupid communist tactic to just destroy everything. Whether it's willful or not, that's what will happen.
So I agree with almost all of that. What I was trying to do is generate a sort of, can I see an angle here? And this is one of the things that the modern left does, which is closer to being reasonable, I think, than some other things, but not in this case, because as you say, like this is the wealthiest of the wealthiest. But then that's also what he's saying. It's just for them. So it's arguably further away from benefit because no one else could afford these. But if it becomes really common for not just wealthy people, but for big investment firms to buy up just fuckloads of property in an area, that does hurt normal people. And that has been happening. Yes. I think this could be applied to, and maybe it would be useful, but I think it probably wouldn't be the right way of doing it. As you say, harder to make that argument for.
Yeah, if a politician or someone with power, whether lefty or righty, doesn't matter, actually wanted to do something about housing and property to help, whatever you want to call it, the rightful citizens of the area, the working class, the middle class, whatever you want to call that, you would actually start creating laws that prevent these massive companies from buying up properties and being forever landlords that no one can ever buy them out. That is what has made New York City an expensive shithole, is almost every single building is owned by generational fat cats that literally own every property. You have to rent there, and they all price fix behind closed doors, even though that's already illegal. If you bust up that and force them to have more realistic and competitive market rates, and you step in with like federal authority to say, hey, these 10 families and BlackRock and Vanguard and their equivalents here, you're not allowed to own 90% of all of the buildings where people live. That creates an entirely hostile, impossible to grow and have prosperity in this major city. You can't do that anymore. And unless they're willing to do that, nothing's going to change. If you're only going to start taxing and pressuring the richest of the rich, Well, they don't give a fuck. They already don't live here anyway. They'll just pull out. And most of them already have. That's why New York is a sinking ship right now. So I just don't, I see this as just, you know how we say, Trump will throw red meat to the base? This is him throwing red meat to the base. That's all this is. And it will only have negative knock-on effects for the people who support him.
Yeah. Yep, I think so. Ramon says a lot of these people sit empty because owners can't rent them out without lowering the rent price, which will lower the property value, which will cause revaluation of the property that is held as collateral by the banks, which the owner can't afford. They literally can't rent out the properties at a competitive price point, except for massive hedge funds like BlackRock. So the only, again, something that you could argue with this is that if the rich wouldn't leave, and you've got some slack that you could take up there, you could extract some more cash by taking up that slack. But of course, it's a gradient, so always some are going to leave. And that's the argument they'd have to be making, but I don't think that's an assessment they're really making. It is, as you say, I think, yes, red meat, yes.
This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city.
And the problem is, it'll reduce its wealth over a longer period of time by double that or more.
Yeah.
What is the Laffer curve? Who is this Laffer curve?
Help fund things like free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some a little bit more than others. Happy Tax Day, New York.
Tax Day. As if it's a national holiday, or is he just saying? I guess it's because April. Is it April in the US? It's April.
Tax season.
Okay.
Yeah, tax season.
What a horrible.
I think tax day is like the day that marks when all taxes are due and have to be into the IRS. I think it's around right now. It's sometime in April.
Mm. Yeah. So this is the classic notion of trying to tax your way to wealth, which works in very limited circumstances, but almost all the time is a worse way of doing it, especially in the US.
Nacho says it is April 15th. Well, as a based dissident, I haven't paid federal income taxes in over 10 years because fuck the government. So I live in East Tennessee hillbilly land, and they don't get shit from me. I don't give them a penny. So
you know what?
I don't have anything to do with the IRS.
Taxes to the US government ever.
Oh, that's even more based.
Yeah. Thank you, Natchez, for calling me based. And yes, I am going to assume that's what you meant. Right, chat. Thank you for joining me. We will now retire to, well, there's a better word for that. I can't remember what it is now. We will retire to Pit 1, most likely, and continue fondling our git sack together. So thank you for joining me, Ginger and Years.
It's always a pleasure to be on.
Yeah, it was fun. I was glad to come on and share my Fujoshi story with Ginger. It was fun.
I shall certainly have to have you on both again as well. And other than that, good night, everyone. Thanks for joining, and I'll be back soon. Streaming more often from now on. I'll have less real life obligations, less bird watching. Good night, everyone.